Ladies and gentlemen, if I could kindly ask you to take your seats. Please take your seats so that we can get the second half started. We have the 2 days are quite packed, very ambitious program, and we want to get through it, of course. And we're jumping from one highlight to another. The next session is no exception. Ladies and gentlemen, in the back, if I could kindly have your attention so we can have the quiet that is needed, not just for you here in the audience, but those joining us virtually as well. And now it's my great pleasure to be joined here with the Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations. Please welcome Patricia Scotland. Secretary General, wonderful to have you with us. Let's get right to it. We only have limited amount of time and I want to make the most of it. As the Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, can you share with us the experience you've made in working with the 56 Commonwealth countries and their experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, as many of you...
Probably better with a microphone.
As many of you may know, the Commonwealth is now made up of 56 countries, and that's about 2.5 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30. And every year, in the margins of the World Health Assembly, the Commonwealth Health Ministers meet to discuss issues of real moment. And it was very significant in 2019, because when we met in together here in the WHO, we posed a number of questions, and the ministers came to the view that it was likely that we would suffer from a pandemic within the next 5 years. It wasn't a case of if, it was simply a case of when. And so we were looking at why that was so. There'd been a number of epidemics and they had multiplied in number. And the decision made then by the health ministers is that we really had to concentrate on universal healthcare, on prevention, on innovation, on digital health, and looking at how we could share the learning from what worked and what did not work. And we also understood that antimicrobial resistance was going to be another issue. So we made a number of decisions at that meeting in 2019 as what we would do to prepare for what was the oncoming pandemic. But the truth was, we were really thinking it would be within 5 years, but really 5 years and not in the December that was of the same year. So what was extraordinary is we understood that there were some innate inequalities amongst our 56. We have 25 small island states, we have 14 least developed states, but we have some of the richest countries in the world and some of the poorest countries in the world, some of the biggest countries in the world, India, which is 1.4 billion, and then some of the small island states in the Pacific, which have 10 or 11,000 people, each of whom were equal. So when COVID came, it was a tremendous shock to all of us, because having identified those inherent inequalities and difficulties, they were now laid bare. And the trauma of COVID has been quite extraordinary. Some of our countries have had 75% coverage of vaccinations, but other countries have had 5%. And that unfairness has been quite shocking. I think I said during the 2019 and 2020, we were all in the same storm, but we definitely were not in the same boat. Mm-hmm. And so one of the big issues for us was how that equity should be delivered. And through the Commonwealth Health Ministers meeting, which took place immediately the next year in 2020, we brought together all our health ministers to share what worked and what didn't work. And we created technical implementation groups. But there's so much from the conversation we've had this morning that really is echoing in what we are doing and how we see it. But inequity is a real issue for us.
Thank you so much for sharing the experiences that the 56 Commonwealth countries have made throughout the pandemic. And in your assessment and in your opinion, did European countries, the European mainland, for lack of a better term, have paid enough attention to those experiences that you have just described? What have we missed as Europe, as Europeans? And more importantly, how can we strengthen the partnership moving forward?
I think one of the most important things that we saw was the need for solidarity and unity. Certainly amongst the Commonwealth 56 now countries, we saw that we have a choice. We can either swim together or we can drown separately. And some of our countries are drowning separately because there are insufficient attention. I think one of the things I would have liked to have seen is a greater concentration on the small and vulnerable countries. We only have 42 small countries within our world, which amounts to about 20 million people. We were distributing vaccines, 20 million vaccines per day. So if you think about what it would have cost us to vaccinate all the 42 small countries, it would have been 2 days worth of vaccines. And we chose not to do that. And if we think about the economic consequences of that choice, the regions who were most affected were the Pacific, the Caribbean, the Indian Ocean, the small states in Africa, many of whom were heavily dependent on either tourism or fishing. Now, if I take one of our countries, Maldives, 70% was tourism, 30% was fishing. Their fish went to the European markets, restaurants, and hotels. So if no restaurant or hotel was open in Europe, gone is your fishing resources. If no one's coming to your country, that's 100% of your economic space. So if we had vaccinated those regions, you would have been able to enable them to survive and get back up and running. So I think one of the things that we missed out on is understanding the impact. And all of our countries were, of course, under huge stress, but the small and the vulnerable could have been dealt with easily, speedily, and inexpensively. And we chose not to. And I think that was a mistake we should never repeat.
Lessons learned, hopefully, moving forward. The Commonwealth, from what I understand, has actually just recently met in Kigali in Rwanda. And from what I understand, health was one of the main items on the agenda. Could you share with us what came out of that meeting? What recommendations, for instance, to promote innovation or innovation health in the future have come out of this meeting in Rwanda?
Well, we were very clear that there had to be a concentration on universal health coverage, on prevention, on digitalization, that digital health was going to play a huge part of the recovery effort, the need for us to invest in infrastructure, digital infrastructure, to make that reality of equality actually deliverable, because there is a big gap between the advanced economies and the emerging economies who do not have that digital infrastructure. And if we don't bridge it, we're going to make sure that those who are disadvantaged are going to fall further and further behind. But there was a determination in Kigali to innovate, that we had to share what worked and what does not work. And that ability to come together in solidarity and looking at how we can deliver for everyone was a key issue. And just to mention this apparent dichotomy that there seems to be between finance and health. I think Angela and others put their finger on it. The most important thing is to help finance ministers to see this as an investment. We have clearly got the empirical evidence now to demonstrate that if we fail to invest today, the amount we will have to pay exponentially is going to grow. And the other issue is this is not simply a health minister's problem. If you look at the need for change, and if I go back to look at what we did in the United Kingdom in 2008 to 2010, when dealing with the last financial crisis, we realized it had to be a whole of government effort because all of these issues were interlinked. And in order to make the difference on health, we've got to make huge investments on education, huge investments in terms of technological development, huge investments in terms of infrastructure. And the other thing the Commonwealth realized is we can no longer have all the development in the global north, because the failure to have an opportunity in Africa, in Asia and elsewhere for developing the vaccines, to having the infrastructure that can deliver the change is fundamental. So there was also an understanding that that had to change too. And a lot of the discussion on the communique was about health, because we have to build a resilient plan response to what happened on COVID. This is not the last pandemic. And the pandemics are going to be coming, just like the climate crisis, where hurricanes used to come once in a lifetime, and now Category 5 hurricanes are coming every other year. We have to accept that the climatic changes are going to mean that pathogens are changing their pathways, and we've got to be ready for this response.
This is not the last pandemic, says Patricia Scotland, something that has been echoed numerous times today, and we better be prepared now rather than be sorry much later. We're going to end, as we always do, by asking you for one concrete, one specific recommendation that you have to G20 leaders and the global health community gathered here in this room.
I think I would say, number one, accept that this is the new norm. Two, understand that innovation is not a nice to have, it's a necessity, and that we're going to have to find a way of doing this together. Because I think we have a choice. We can either swim together or we can drown separately. And I suggest we swim.
This is the time to learn swimming then, I guess. We either swim together or drown separately. The Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, thank you so much for your taking your time and your wisdom and your input. Patricia Scotland, ladies and gentlemen. And now, Alan, I believe he's coming up right behind me, because this is the structure of the 2 days. We're jumping from fireside to panels, from panels to fireside side chat. This is how it's going to go. And Alan is chaired the very first panel and will chair the second one as well. You have the floor.
Ali, thanks so much. We've got Professor Mariana Mazzucato on the line. And she's chair of the Council on the Economics of Health for All, which is an organization Dr. Tedros set up. She hasn't got a lot of time. Mariana, it's fantastic to see you, and thanks for joining us. We, as you know, we've dedicated today to look at the financing of health. And this session is very much to look at the Financial Intermediary Fund to prevent future pandemics, a new global health financing tool. But the thing is, you and I have talked about this many times, and you've got some very interesting ideas, as does your council on these matters. Now, I'm conscious of the time, so perhaps I can give the floor to you, and we can use the time we've got for you to cover this and some other issues that you think are related. So welcome.
Absolutely. And, thank you so much to everyone for inviting us, the Council on the Economics of Health for All, which I'm representing here, and a big apologies for having to leave so quickly. with the taxi that's already outside, I will ignore it. So first of all, what the Council on the Economics of Health for All tries to do is exactly what Patricia Highsmith, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, just talked about. In other words, start with the goal, start with health for all as the goal, and then backtrack and actually organize the economic system to deliver on it. And what we have been focusing on very much is precisely that innovation challenge. Innovation isn't just like a nice, sexy word. It actually has to be governed in the common interest. And we all know that, for example, intellectual property rights, which have their function, can be governed in different ways. And currently what we have is a dysfunctional innovation system, which has actually made this current pandemic worse than it had to be. Patents are often too wide. They're too strong, so hard to license, and too upstream. So it's actually the tools for research, the knowledge, the early stage knowledge that's being privatized. And that doesn't help the kind of knowledge sharing that we require. And it's also important to remind us that, the words like business and government are just very abstract words. We have different types of businesses, different types of governments, and they can be governed, each one of those types of organizations, in different ways. And if we look, for example, and I'm not going to go into the details, but how the vaccines that Patricia Highsmith was talking about have been governed in terms of that public-private partnership, they were actually quite different. And some of the companies agreed to sign up to what Dr. Tedros has also been arguing for, which is the patent pool, in order to share knowledge, in order to have collective intelligence during what is increasingly a global tragedy. This is a global pandemic. It cannot be solved by one country or one actor alone, and other companies didn't. So what we really also need to start doing is to look at what can we learn, what works, what doesn't, scale up what's working and scale down what's not. And my intervention, which will be very brief, was going to be specifically on the Financial Intermediary Fund, because one of the other areas that we've been focusing on, there's 4: value, innovation, finance, and capacity. The finance challenge that we have ahead of us for both developing and developed countries has to begin with the idea that finance is not neutral. It's not just the quantity of money, it's also the structure of the finance itself. And we've been writing through the council, which, by the way, is an all-woman council. There's 10 women from around the world. Economists who are in the council. We've been arguing for 5 principles to ensure that this new mechanism, the so-called FIF, the Financial Intermediary Fund, is effective in actually helping a massively underprepared world, which again, the Secretary General's words, I think, really elevated up in terms of the urgency, and to put the world's house in order before the next big pandemic hits, which of course we know we're already experiencing also a new one. Those 5 principles are: 1, universal access and inclusive governance to ensure that the FIF actually has legitimacy in all countries, and especially in the global south. 2nd, sustainable multi-year financing that doesn't leave it kind of hand to mouth and constantly focus on replenishing that fund from the start. 3rd, sufficient resources to address a multi-billion-dollar annual gap. 4th, and incredibly important, transparency in the decision-making and evaluation metrics. And finally, complementarity and additionality to actually make sure that we're not kind of gaming the system and using this FIF to actually cannibalize on other types of funds, right? So this needs to be additional and complementary, not actually replacing something else. And the unfortunate situation is that on the verge of the FIF's finalization later this month, we remain deeply concerned on actually all of these fronts about how the FIF is shaping up. So low and middle income countries are actually being referred to as beneficiary countries, very condescending term, as if all countries won't actually benefit from the FIF. And these countries are not being given equal voting rights and decision-making power in the FIF's governance structure, as I mentioned, must happen. And this remains deeply biased towards donors. Likewise, voting and decision-making rights for independent civil society experts remain uncertain. Furthermore, the FIF has fallen short of what was being called for, which was actually a modest amount. What was being called for was 10.5 billion per annum financing gap, and we're not close to that. And we have consistently heard concerns from civil society and multilateral agency stakeholders about FIF fundraising actually cannibalizing on other global health financing. In other words, it isn't additional. And this is exactly what we all have been warning not to do. And since I won't be here for the end, where you've been asking everyone to, say, what is your one recommendation? Maybe I'll just focus on this, which is that all fifth stakeholders must actually be part of the decision making. It must be transparent, and the structure of this actual fund, because finance isn't neutral, must enshrine universal participation in its governance and resourcing. In other words, according to one's means, and ensuring universal access to its benefits. And from an economist point of view, and the council is made up of all economists, what we need to remember is that whether it's climate or health or the interrelationships between them, it's exactly the case, as Patricia Highsmith mentioned, which is that the cost of inaction is much greater than the cost of action, but also that action needs to be governed in particular ways. And if we just see this as filling the gap, a bit more finance here, a bit more finance there, versus what we're calling for, which is to actively shape this system. Don't just fix market failures, shape the market, shape the economy in such a way that has inclusion and sustainability at its core, and design that into the actual structures and the contracts and the funds, then we will be really missing this opportunity. We won't be more prepared than we were when this crisis began, and we've all been extremely unprepared. So thank you so much. I'm sure I've already gone beyond my 3 minutes. Again, I think my message resonated very much with the message that you just heard before.
Mariana, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. And the G20 Health and Development Partnership looks forward to continuing its cooperation with the Council. And I think we're also trying to organise something around the time of the autumn meeting of the IMF, where we can continue to take some of these very, very important issues forward, and perhaps look forward to seeing you at that time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we'll now move on to, I assume Bruce's. Here he is. Do you want to take your seat, Bruce? See, these are reading glasses; they're not distance glasses, so it's pretty difficult. So, Bruce Aylward, you heard from this morning, who's the senior advisor to Dr. Tedros, and stepped in only a few months ago to replace the person who was meant to be coordinating or activating the decision to have this financial intermediary fund. And I've got to say that we looked at, I looked at the fact that suddenly the person who was designated to do this went off to be the finance minister in Saarland in Germany. And then suddenly Bruce was given this responsibility. And Bruce, I do want to say to you that, while this is not perfect and it's a work in progress, I do want to congratulate you on what you've achieved so far, because you did it almost from a standing start, and there was a lot of skepticism. And so this thing is moving, and I hope it's beginning to get momentum. So I'm going to give you the floor so you can give the summit the latest information on where the FIF is financially and where you think it is going to be in terms of governance. Now, I don't know whether you heard Mariana's point about the issue of donors and recipients and so forth, and how it should not be patronizing. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Alan, and thank you everyone for the chance to be able to put a few framing comments to the discussion that we'll have with the panel on this crucially important issue of the FIF. And just as I kick off, Alan, first, just thanks to you for ensuring that the forum could actually highlight at such a crucial time and shine a spotlight on the FIF, some of the issues that we're facing, especially as we're just 7 days away, as you've heard, from the first meeting of the board. And one of the things I'd like to emphasize is that a lot of the important points that Mariana was making have actually actually already been taken on board, and that's how fast things are moving. In the time since she spoke, and right now, many of those things moved. Actually, no, they were moving over the last few weeks. But what I'd like to do is provide a few insights from the seat I've had to help frame the conversation as we go forward. And to do that, I'd like to just dial the clock back a little bit first to the start of the pandemic, Alan, and just remind us all, and I know it's in our heads, but it's always good in these conversations that, within just weeks of the first detection of the COVID virus, as everyone in the room knows, this thing was spreading globally. And then countries, health systems, economies were tumbling very, very rapidly. And the front of what Tarman highlighted this morning was not the worst virus we could face by a long shot, right? So that's what this one could do to us. And then despite years of preparatory work, especially since the last flu pandemic, COVID-19 starkly exposed what everyone feared. We simply weren't prepared. Countries, organizations, agencies, we all had challenges. And that stark reality then triggered another, tsunami of activity and reviews and acronyms, of course, with the IPVVR, the new IHR review committee, and others and others. But I'd just like to highlight for a moment the importance of the high-level independent panel that Tarman was so kind to chair last year. Because this panel, which was, as you know, pulled together under the G20 leadership of Italy, is really what shone a bright light for the first time on the fact that at the root of that failed preparedness was an ongoing $10 billion at least a year gap in basic preparedness investments. And as much of goodwill as we had at the country level, agency level, without the financing, that was not going to get solved and those capacities built. And then Tarman went further to say, not only is there the gap, Tarman and that report, but there was also a gap in the mechanisms to be able to address that. And that's where the fifth becomes so important. So then we moved, of course, to the Indonesian presidency, and with the real leadership we've seen under that, with the establishment of the task force that I've had the honor to be the head of the secretariat for. And that was just 9 months ago, I would remind, and especially as you listen to Mariana's comments and others, remember, this has moved very, very fast. And directionally, there's been a lot of good stuff. There's always going to be problems and challenges and mistakes as you go so fast, but there's a lot of goodwill among the G20 beyond to get it right. And that's why I think in this forum, as we discuss this, bring on the suggestions, because people are listening, and the leadership, the founding donors who are putting this fund together are really listening as well. Give you a sense then, Indonesia put together the task force with Italy, and I've been chairing or rather supporting the secretariat of that. It rapidly reran the analytics on the gap. It rapidly looked at the global architecture, and it rapidly came to the same consensus as the Director General of WHO, is that we have a fundamental gap in the architecture. We need a new fund that can help bring additionality in financing, bring coherence to the system, and at the same time, try and close critical gaps. And what we wanted to make sure, we looked at the options. Do we create a new fund? Do we just put more money through the existing organizations? Or do we try to find something in the middle that's going to leverage the existing architecture and still solve that problem? And that was where the G20 landed when it landed on the construct of a fifth, because it gives flexibility and it can help us achieve all of those things that I just mentioned and that Mariana highlighted as well. That was the best solution. And only 4 months ago, again, to give you a sense of how fast things are moving, Dr. Tedros issued his white paper that you referred to, Alan, that said this is one of 10 proposals for fixing the global health architecture. Less than 3 months ago, the the board of the World Bank gave the green light to move forward with the establishment of a fifth at the World Bank. And then immediately, WHO and the World Bank put together an interim secretariat. And I'm delighted on your panel. We've got Ms. Priya Basu, who will present and is serving as the head of the interim secretary and has just done a stellar job. Priya has not slept. Give her a little bit of slack when she does speak, if she says anything that irritates anyone, because She has not slept in 3 months. I can vouch for her, given the times that we work. But she's done a fabulous job at trying to move forward the discussion with the founding donors, with CSO communities, with our WHO member states, and with others to try and shape the fifth. And so today, where are we? Gosh, it took me a long time to get to today, as you asked me. But today, $1.3 billion committed. Good start, as Tarman said earlier. Not enough, but a good start. $1.3 billion, 20 donors. That's twice as many as almost a month ago. And these are high income, upper middle income, and even low middle income countries that are contributing to it, as well as foundations. Commitments so far. Good start again. We've got a board being put together and shaped. It's going to be small, 21 seats, so it can be agile and fast. It's going to be constituency-based, so it can be more inclusive. It will have southern donors. It will also have co-contributors. They're not, as Mariana said, beneficiaries. Nobody uses that term. They use co-contributors because they recognize the biggest contribution to financing of PPR is domestic resources, even in the poorest of countries. And it's important they recognize for that, and we work with that. Also brings in CSOs on the board, also brings in private foundations and philanthropies. So it is shaping up an inclusive board. It'll meet next week for the first time. Working to co-create it, working to balance it, as I mentioned, and working to make sure that it's got the right representation. The scope and priorities are being shaped from prevention all the way up to very early part of response, but we're going to have to prioritize within that. It's $1.3 billion. It's not $10 billion. It's not $10 billion a year. That's why this conversation will be important. And Anjan did a great job kicking it off this morning. She said, here's the answer. I've had about 700 other people tell me, here is the answer. They've not all been exactly the same. So that's something else we're going to have to sort as we go forward. But, again, coming back to what Tarman said, and just his wisdom that kicks so much of this off and his guidance, it's a very good start, folks. The world is getting serious. Directionally, this is going the right way. Inclusivity may not be perfect, but it's going the right way. The intent is there. And I think in this conversation, such a fabulous forum like this, the more ideas, perspectives you can bring to us, the interim secretariat, to the founding donors who are listening on how we do this better, the better. We are definitely not in a safer world yet, but we're definitely doing important things that are getting us the right direction. And again, this forum is so important to help inform that as we take it forward. So thank you for that, Alan. And my last point, though, I want to come back to one thing I've heard this morning a number of times, and the people keep talking about the next pandemic. Folks, we are in a pandemic. We are in rapidly expanding, well, we've had a bit of a decline recently of monkeypox cases. We will have others. The inter-pandemic period is shrinking between viruses. It used to be decades. When I started my career and I trained in public health, I thought, gosh, it would be interesting to see a pandemic. And now I'm thinking the last thing I want to see is another pandemic. I've lived through 5 of them, and the period between them is getting shorter and the amount of sleep is getting less. So these are a reality of our world. They're a reality, as Rachel, others I've spoken to this morning, of the risk to global economic health, global health, as well as really societal stability. So important we get this right. The constructive inputs of groups like this to instruments like the fifth will be crucial. So thank you, and hopefully with that we can hear from the others and jump into some questions and comments.
One of the things about Bruce, and I sat through his presentation to the Joint Health and Finance Ministers, is just the absolute clarity of what you get from him. And I hope if any of you have got questions, when we come to questions, to get any further detail, if Bruce can be here, I'm sure that he'd be happy to answer those questions. So we're moving on now to someone he mentioned, which is Priya Basu. Now, Priya is the person at the World Bank who I think manages almost 30 financial intermediary funds. Priya, if I recall our last conversation, there's a lot of these things that you've helped to set up yourself, and you've been absolutely instrumental in this, and you have our thanks for that. And so I hand over to you now.
Thank you very much, Alan, and hi everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. I no longer manage those 30 funds, Alan. That was a long time ago, but amongst many things at the moment, one of the hats I'm wearing is to set up this this new financial intermediary fund at the World Bank. And we've been working very closely with Bruce and WHO to get this done. And a lot of the things that Bruce said, I won't repeat because he's given you a context. So let me maybe give you a little bit of a sense of how this fund adds value, what makes it unique, and what we expect that it will deliver, and where we are. As Bruce already said, this has been a long journey, but it's been a quick journey. It all started with the high-level independent panel that made this proposal to set up this financial intermediary fund. I've been working along with WHO to prepare a lot of analysis for the G20. We found that there's a financing gap of about $31 billion per year needed for the next 5 years at the country, regional, and global level to strengthen capacity of low-income and middle-income countries to help them prepare for the next pandemic. And that about $10.5 billion per year needs to come from external financing. And this fifth really is one part of the solution. There are a lot of mechanisms out there that are already supporting PPR, but what's missing is a dedicated funding stream of long-term financing to help countries invest in PPR. So that's kind of the solution that the fifth offers to provide. And again, it has to be seen as a complementary tool with all the other existing instruments and mechanisms out there, including the World Bank's own IDA, which is strongly committed to supporting PPR, but also the WHO, of course, and the large global health institutions, many of which are based in Geneva, and all of which are, stepping up to do more for PPR. So I just want to kind of start by saying that this is one part of the solution. This proposal has gone through intense discussion at the G20 with the G20 Joint Finance Health Task Force, and some of the critical moments were in April of this year, where the G20 finance and health, the G20 finance ministers and central bank governors gave strong support for it. Then the summit that was hosted by President Biden in May 2022, which again was another critical moment for us. We got a lot of support for the fifth. And then the June G20 Finance and Health Ministers meeting in Yogyakarta was another moment. And then we took this proposal to the World Bank's own board on the 30th of June. And I have to say, it was wonderful to see unanimous support from the bank's board. And so it was really in July that, after we got approval from our board, that we started working. We set up the interim secretariat at the bank, and the bank and WHO started working very closely with the group of founding contributors and other stakeholders. And we've been really taking stakeholder consultation very seriously. We did consultations around the World Health Assembly in May. But more recently, we've done a series of consultations with civil society to get their inputs, and I have to say it's been a very rich discussion with civil society. So, what's the objective of this fifth? It's designed to strengthen PPR capacities, as we call it, yet another acronym: pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response capacities at the national, regional, and global levels, with a focus on low and middle income countries. How does it add value? Its potential value added is already, as I already mentioned, it provides a dedicated additional long-term stream of funding for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, so that the attention remains on this important agenda even after this pandemic has ended and between pandemics, and that we don't fall into cycles of panic and neglect. So really keeping that focus on PPR in inter-pandemic years while starting now. It'll complement domestic PPR investments and financing that's provided by external institutions. In the $31 billion gap that I mentioned, 2/3 of that gap has to be filled by countries themselves through increased investments by through domestic resources. So this fifth is intended to complement those and also complement existing external sources, promote coordination amongst key agencies engaged in PPR, serve as a tool for advocacy. And in order to achieve this potential value add, we have incorporated some key design principles in this fifth. A, flexibility to work through existing institutions. B, ways to incentivize increased investments by countries themselves. C, balancing inclusivity with agility in the governance and operations of the fifth. And lastly, a strong focus on transparency and accountability. So, where are we on the governance? I just wanted to sort of quickly share that the fifth will be hosted at the bank with a central role for the WHO. The World Bank would serve as the trustee to the fifth. It will also host the secretariat of the fifth with staff from the WHO that will bring the WHO's key technical capacities, but also leverage on the WHO's kind of broad knowledge and expertise. It will include a technical advisory panel that will be responsible for providing wisdom to the fifth, helping with the strategic priorities, but also helping with reviewing the proposals that come in for funding. There'll be a governing board at the overarching level that will comprise of contributors and co-contributors. And it will work through existing multilateral development banks, UN agencies, other global health institutions to channel resources to low and middle income countries. And I'm happy to say that we started off with some key principles that would underpin the board's design and the design of the overall fifth. And we are very close to getting it all up and running in a week's time. But just because it's been mentioned before, I want to share that there is equal balance between contributors to the fifth and sovereign co-contributors from the fifth. And that's on the fifth's board, so an equal balance. There's representation of CSOs on the fifth, and there will be representation of the G20 and of other partners. So the board of the fifth really focuses on a balance between the global north and the global south, between those who are contributing to the fifth and those who are likely to receive resources from the fifth. It balances all of the kind of the priorities and the goals of global north and global south. And we hope to get it started in terms of it being able to provide resources for projects very quickly after it's set up. So it'll be established on September 8th and 9th. It will then very quickly issue a call for proposals around November. And we expect that by early next year, it will be able to start disbursing resources. We've moved very fast, as Bruce said. We haven't cut corners, and we really focused on all the principles that you all have been emphasizing and that we've heard from a wide variety of stakeholders. We'll get it up and running, but there's going to be a lot of work that's going to happen even after it's formally launched in September. So I'll be looking forward to continuing this dialogue with all of you, and making sure that the fifth does meet its very ambitious objectives. So thanks again, and I look forward to the questions and answers later on.
Priya, thank you so much, and really the time frame with which you've delivered this is extraordinary. So Thank you for your efforts there. I'm going to move on now to Mary Mirabelli, who's the Senior Vice President of HFMA. Mary.
Thank you, Alan. And for those of you who don't know what those 4 letters stand for, it stands for the Healthcare Financial Management Association. It is a not-for-profit founded in the US with a 75-year history and about 90,000 members across the world. Our main mission is to lead the financial management of healthcare. Most recently, probably for the last year and a half, we have adopted the cost effectiveness of health as one of our passions and one of our just causes. And thanks to the good work, I see Sarah from Y4, the good research that you've done, the research that's been done, Rachel, by your organization as well. We have really focused on that just cause, believing that indeed we should be focused on preventing the preventable, and we should really be focused on the cost effectiveness of health, because health means healthy economies for all of us over time. So I wanted to at least introduce what we are dedicated to. So we really are dedicated to education, certification, and good information to our membership. And I'm happy to share more about HFMA at some point. I'm a clinician in my heart of hearts, and there are many clinicians in this room. And as I think about the challenges ahead for us, I think about what we've learned as clinicians. And as clinicians, we always assess, we diagnose, and then we treat. And then we look for those outcomes based upon that treatment. And as I think about the checks, the balances, the way that we should be thinking about the use of the funds, it should be based on those principles that we know so well in health and in healthcare. And Angie, you talked about the surveillance piece. And when I hear that, I think about that's preventing the preventable, if we can really get that network established. One of the other things I'd ask us to be thinking about is something that we do very well in healthcare. And for those of you who, and I know it might be different country to country, but in part of my role in my career, I had the opportunity to be responsible for a level 1 trauma services in the city of Chicago. And so we would do disaster drills at least once a year, if not twice a year. And what we would do with those is we would learn from those disaster drills about where were the gaps, where were the weaknesses. So as we think about the 5th, my hope is that we begin to look, identify the gaps, practice by doing drills, and then use that information and that knowledge so that we can, again, really think about preventing the preventable. So that's how I've been thinking about it, Alan, as someone who represents boots on the ground, health systems and health workers, certainly in the US, but across the globe as well.
Mary, thank you very much. I think the issue of evaluation is going to be very important. And I don't know whether at some point when we finish the round of discussions for Bruce and for Priya, but particularly if this fund is going to be a multi-annual fund, there will have to be a form of evaluation, which picks up Mary's point, to give contributors and co-contributors confidence that that this is actually delivering results. It's really critical. Otherwise, I can see it running into the sand. So we move on to our next contributor, and this is Dr. Rahman, who's the representative of Global Civil Society with the World Health Organization ACT Accelerator for access to COVID-19 tools. And Dr. Rahman, I know you, through your role, have made sure that the voice of civil society was heard during the work of the ACT-A. So over to you now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and a pleasure to be here today. I'm going to be speaking about the governance structure and how CSOs play a role in checks and balances, and why it's absolutely necessary to have CSOs in the fifth. And as a governance update, we know that recruitment for CSO representative, interim CSO representatives is happening as we speak, and hopefully we'll have a representative in the board meeting next week. But we really shouldn't be fighting for spaces within organizations and within platforms like this. And my recommendation later on will pertain to this. But before I go on, it's important to introduce who, when I say the word we, who we are. A lot of people have come up to me and say, FIFA, when you speak of we, who are you speaking about? And I shudder to think of the fact that people were thinking that I was speaking in the royal we. So ACT Accelerator is a group of over 40 CSOs involved in pandemic preparedness and response, ranging from groups like Health Poverty Action, who work in conflict environments, GFAN, which is the global network supporting the Global Fund, MSF Access, who is well known, Partners in Health, which is delivering programs in numerous countries, including Haiti and Liberia, and Health Gap, an NGO addressing crucial medicines access gaps globally. So across these agencies and organizations, we have multiple pandemic-related competencies, including access to essential medicines, vaccine manufacturing, community mobilization, intellectual property, and health program design and implementation. So I wanted to address something that Priya said, actually, just because throughout this fight, and I use the word fight to have CSOs on the board, it's been repeatedly mentioned to us as regards the balance on agility and inclusivity. And we've actually had to rebut a lot of things that imply that we're not agile. And I'm going to bring some examples from the ACT Accelerator here and what value we brought to the ACT Accelerator. So we're clearly problem solvers. We bring context from countries into decisions, improving agility and efficiency. An example of this from the ACT Accelerator is on the issue of self-tests, where when self-tests were widespread, available for free in many of the countries we live in the global north. In fact, a lot of these countries still don't have self-tests. But what we did was we accelerated the attention on the lack of guidelines on self-tests, and the fact that aid agencies couldn't deploy them without the guidelines, and the fact that what I call PCR puritanism on the ground was preventing the deployment of self-test. We accelerated that. We drew attention to that, and working with Dr. Tedros, that was really helpful. Our pressure was really helpful, improving the agility on that. From the start, we insisted on community health worker role in vaccine deployment, and wanted something like the vaccine delivery partnership earlier on. So the idea that we perhaps compromise agility is inaccurate, because we tend to push things along rather than our barriers to things. And of course, we pushed for the test and treat agenda on the ACT Accelerator when agencies weren't really thinking about it yet. And this was 8 to 12 months before Paxlovid was registered. So, I hear you, balancing inclusivity and agility, but the idea that was brought up multiple times when we were talking about entry into governance structures as CSOs was a little concerning in terms of the perception of how we work. So my recommendation, which I'll talk about later on, is that we really shouldn't be fighting to enter policy spaces, and my recommendation will pertain to specific measures to ensure that we're included. And one thing that we think that the fifth should do to sort of learn from the ACT Accelerator, because certainly the ACT Accelerator, we had really good working relationships with a number of agencies, Unitaid, FIND, Bruce, we've worked really close with you, but the inclusivity, the meaningful involvement of civil society was differing across the different pillars, and the fifth should really incorporate governance structures to ensure that we're intellectually valued. Given that we often have gone to the same schools as many of those inside these organizations and bring essential intelligence from countries and communities, our engagement on the fifth should not be merely ceremonial, but rather one that provides appropriate weight on the value we can provide. And my final point really is that CSOs are not binary. It is incredibly important that CSOs involved are independent and are seen as trustworthy. and that they have direct community engagement as well as global health advocacy experience. And it's important I raise this because of the inherent value that non-conflicted or minimally conflicted CSOs bring to the table versus CSOs that have more industry links, including pharmaceutical industry advisors. So, I want to repeat it, the CSOs are not a binary. Those with more direct links to community-based organizations often play a watchdog role, which is incredibly important, and the role of contextualizing global health efforts with country expertise, and others are more effective in fundraising roles, right? So I'll have a recommendation later on how we can ensure this is in, but that's it for my initial comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman. That's very interesting, and obviously we hope that the representation within the governance of the FIF is going to take account of the citizens as well, because I think that's absolutely critical. We now move on to Sonia Tarragona. Now, a teacher and I met Sonia in Yogyakarta at the Joint Health and Finance Ministers meeting, and what was very interesting, Sonia, was the fact that you said that your Department of Health, and you're the Chief of Staff at the National Ministry of Health in Argentina, works closely with your Finance Ministry, which was music to our ears, because that wasn't what we were hearing from a lot of the health ministries that were represented at the Joint Health and Finance Ministers meeting. One of the other things we discussed was that given the impact of COVID on the economies of many middle-income and low-income countries, the level of public indebtedness in those countries raised the question whether they would be able to take advantage of the FIF if the mechanisms provided by the World Bank were going to be traditional loans, and that there had to be more creative financing so that countries who were already up to their eyes in debt could actually manage this. So you're very welcome today. You certainly give us lots of food for thought when we met you in Indonesia, and you've got the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all, depending on where you are. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Alan Donnelly for this invitation to be a part of this panel to join such distinguished speakers. I also want to thank Mr. Bruce Aylward for his presentation this afternoon. It is important to hear WHO's voice and know its key role in this whole process of creating a new FIF. I took the initiative of choosing two of the proposed questions to conduce my intervention, so I would like to share with you some of my thoughts regarding to FIF. I'll be quick. In Argentina, we believe that strengthening countries' core capacities for the full implementation of the international health regulations should be considered as a top priority for the FIF to achieve the expected outcomes and fulfill its mission. Understanding that fiscal constraints are indeed a reality, and that they may be present for some time, we need to analyze and find ways to scale up alternative resources. In this regard, investing in strengthening health systems, it will also have a positive impact on the response to our future health emergencies, as well as a positive impact on the global economy, people's lives and well-being, keeping our countries on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I would also like to highlight the key role that the FIF can play in supporting strategic investments for research and development and manufacturing ecosystems of vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. Improving overall pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response includes ensuring timely and affordable access to global public goods. One key driver to achieve this goal is by expanding global manufacturing and research hubs, especially in global South countries. For my country, for Argentina, it would be of great interest that the FIF engaged both the private and public sector, such as the pharmaceutical industry, thus balancing economic and health interests. Also, it is also necessary to develop a framework that ensures in emergency times fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising from the use of shared resources for low and middle income countries. That's all for me, from my side. Thank you.
Sonia, thank you so much. I'm going to move to questions because I'm sure that there will be people in the hall who may want to ask Bruce prior some questions about the governance or the financing of this. But while we're looking around to see who wants to be the first intervention, I do want to put a question to Bruce and to Priya. We've been doing some research on the number of FIFs that exist, and there seems to be, I think, around 30. And there's a huge amount of money in those organizations, in those trusts, and many of them are related to climate change. Now, one of the things Dr. Tedros always talks about, and we've talked about it this morning and we'll talk about it tomorrow, is that there is now a direct link between health, public health, and climate change and the impact it's having on health, whether it's through drought or whether it's through storm or whether it's through the parasites from malaria that are evolving because of the change in climate. Many issues are impacting it. And one of the things that, and I'm not flying a kite here, but I'd very much like you to consider this, because Tedros always says to me that the money that's raised for climate change, a percentage of it should be given to public health to mitigate the impact of climate change. I think it would be very creative if the new board could look at matched funding and to see whether some of these other FIFs that frankly seem to me to be rather dormant and have billions of dollars in them, whether or not the trustees of those FIFs could not be persuaded to match fund the 1.3 billion that is currently in the Pandemic Preparedness Fund, and that would immediately give it a lift. Now, I know we talk about breaking down silos, and I really do think that some of the member states who've been donors to some of these FIFs probably have even forgotten that they exist. And I think we are going to push Bruce and Priya very strongly when we're back in Indonesia next week and talking to health and finance ministers for the World Bank to look at these silos of money and to see whether, in fact, we can get matched funding to really get this new FIF off the ground. So that's my first. I don't know whether you want to come in first, Bruce, and then Priya can come in.
No, I'm really excited to hear how Priya is going to answer the question, actually. As the our job is to provide the technical inputs on the health side of this. The bankers deal with the banking issues, but I do think, though, as she does that, we do, folks, need to think really innovatively, right? Where is the money sitting? Like Darman said, I mean, this is a fraction of the money that the costs of these events that are inevitably going to occur. So we have to think way out of the box. And I think the great thing, Ellen, is we could always, there's the box and then there's Ellen. And I think that's always one of the great things you bring to these discussions. But I'll let Priya deal with the specific.
That's the first time I've heard you cop out of a question, Bruce. So Priya, it's just a thought from the research we've been doing.
All right. And then I'm going to have to jump off, unfortunately, because we have a big fifth meeting in a few minutes, so where we have to discuss some very critical aspects in preparation for next week. But before I answer your question, Alan, I also wanted to pick up on a point that FIFA mentioned. So I think sometimes there's sort of misunderstanding in the language we use. So when we're talking about the need for the fifth to be able to balance inclusivity with agility, it's not really about the subtext there is not that CSOs don't bring agility. The subtext there is that we need to keep the size of the fifth board manageable, because if you have a board of an organization that that's very, very large, then that kind of makes decision making much more complex. So it's with that in mind that we've been talking about when we talk of board structure, we want a board that's not too big, because this thing has to start moving quickly. It needs to be agile in its decision making, but it's not directed at civil society. It's really more a goal overall in terms of just keeping the size manageable. So I just wanted to get that out there, because and we've also heard in civil society consultations that this may be a kind of a false dichotomy, and that you can be very large and at the same time and inclusive, but also agile. So I'm sure there are many ways to cut this, but overall, what we've been saying is we don't want this to become some kind of a massive entity that's never able to come to agreement and make decisions on critical funding allocation needs. And we all know that we've got to start getting that money out to the countries that need it the most. And so we don't want to we've raised all this money, and now we want to have a governance structure that's able to support agile decision making. But we really value what civil society will bring to this discussion. And also, it's not just the civil society reps that would sit on the board. We recognize that, there's kind of a huge stakeholder group out there, and we need to find a way to complement whatever we get through board representation. We want to complement that with much more focused, dedicated dialogue kind of along the life of the fifth. And the fifth will be initially set up for 8 years. So, that 8-year period, we want to continue the focus on engagement to really make sure that it prioritizes correctly, and that it provides money for where that money is most needed. In terms of Alan's question, I would challenge your premise, Alan. So I think we need to have a separate discussion there. There are 27 fifths, and some of them are hosted by the bank. Some of them have their own independent secretariats. The Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria is in fact a fifth. But it's got its own secretariat in Geneva. The bank serves as trustee. The Green Climate Fund is a fifth with its own secretariat in Songdo. The Global Environment Facility, the Climate Investment Funds, these fifths are doing very good work. So I really would challenge your premise, and I think that's a conversation for another time. But your point is taken that this fifth needs to bring additional resources. I think Mariana also mentioned it shouldn't be cannibalizing resources from other funds. And so we've gotten off to a good start where we've managed to mobilize money from non-ODA donors, which is philanthropies and foundations. We've got 3 of them already who've contributed, and we'll do more to fundraise from them. And also as far as the government budgets are concerned, to make sure that the resources that we're getting into the fifth are truly additional. And then there's additionality at that wholesale level, at the fundraising level, but there's also ways to kind of catalyze additional resources at the country level where the rubber hits the road. So trying to make sure that as needed, there are public-private partnerships. The private sector comes in at the project level with additional resources, that countries themselves commit to their own domestic resources being invested in support of the grants that the fifth provides. So we're looking to bring that additionality at every level of the fifth. With that, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to jump off in a couple of minutes. But thank you for listening to me.
Thanks so much, and I've no doubt we'll speak over the coming weeks. But thanks for the work that you're doing in this area. Are there questions for Bruce or from the other contributors about either the funding or the management of the fifth. Yep. Can you just say your name and organization, please?
Hi, everyone. I'm Isabel Mestres from City Cancer Challenge Foundation. So it's a question and a comment. And of course, I work in the area of cancer, but the other area that I'm very engaged is working at the local level, at the community level. And when we talk about the pandemic, we know that the first response was a local coordination. And you were mentioning about the city of Chicago, the agility that a city, the ecosystem of city brings on response is critical. And I have to say, and Alan, I can be provocative, but the cities and the local stakeholders are not waiting for us to solve their financing solutions, the issues. They are actually advancing and already solving it, but at very little scale. So we need to provide the cities, which is a community of action, very innovative and agile, a platform to start sharing what are their solutions, what are they already doing, but that they need our support to take it to scale, to optimize those solutions, to coordinate it so we can get it at global. So talking about governance, we need to bring the city voice up because there's such a disconnect on what we keep talking in this environment, in the Geneva space, with what happens in the ground, that we're never going to advance. And they are the ones driving. They are the champions, they are agents of change, and they need to be sitting here telling what's happening and what they're already doing. Because we just need to hear them and help them.
Thanks. I'm going to call Carmen Perez from UnitAid. Carmen.
Hello, thank you.
Hi.
I'm here back. Thank you for opportunity and for this very timely session and informative session. We really believe it is very important to think ahead on some of the issues that have been shared today, like the involvement and inclusiveness, of course, of the different groups such as CSOs, but also to remember always to think ahead and early on at this stage when we are designing this new fantastic instrument to prepare and to prevent and help addressing the emerging threats, to think on access from the start, to think how can we all together avoid a situation as we have been seeing in other major health issues that affect the globe. How can we see and how can we avoid this difference between different places around the world? So in that regard, we really would like to see indeed advancing on these strategic priorities and thinking across the scope from prevention, preparedness up to response, a continuum of care and a continuum of strategic principles related to equitable access as well. So this is for us very important and wanted to raise it today. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm going to let Bruce respond briefly, and then, as we've done before, we'll ask our contributors who are still on the line to give us their one ask. And then I'm going to ask Eloise Todd, the co-founder of the Pandemic Action Network, to draw some conclusions. So Bruce, and then we'll go to Mary, Dr. Rahman, and then Sonia, and then on to you, Eloise.
Thank you, Alan, and thank everybody for the comments that you've made, not just in the discussion now, but I know that you'll continue to make now that you know my my face. And my email, by the way, is pbasu@World Bank for the questions. That's Priya's, of course. But no, of course, we're here to help and bring on the ideas. Remember, we are not the decision makers. I would love to be. I keep finding myself in jobs where a lot of responsibility, no decision-making power. The founding donors make the decisions and the initial shape, but the importance of them hearing, and they're really, really listening. They've kind of got the message. So the fora like this to be getting the messages back. And I want to recognize, I thought Eloise was going to come in as part of the panel, but her organization, the Pandemic Action Network, has done a fabulous job at trying to broaden the consultation. And I've learned a lot from them. So I'm sure she'll speak to that. A few quick responses. What goes to the board next week are draft. draft governance framework, draft operations manual. There's lots of space to affect this as we go forward, is what folk are saying. Let's hold them to that. So I'll come back to my ask in that regard. Evaluation, absolutely. At 1 year, we'll look at this. Actually, at 6 months, we'll look at is the board constituted properly, reconstitute if we need to hit the goal of inclusivity, et cetera. At 1 year, we'll have a look at just the setup and the operations manual and what we need to be doing differently in that regard. In 4 years, a deep review, et cetera, et cetera. So lots, and then program evaluation as we go, Ellen, to that point. It's all built in. A third point on inclusivity, a little bit on the point, as Bell, you made about local actors, right? The reality is we've all worked in crisis management for years. International organizations don't stop pandemics. It's the local communities that do it, the local communities. And those countries that have been hugely successful, often with very little resources, because they've done such an incredible job of empowering and supporting the communities to be able to respond to crises. I come also from the humanitarian world, where we've seen fabulous examples of that. That is the answer going forward, and that is how. So making those connections, and in fact, Isabel, you'll hear the founding donors talk all the time about the fifth being a connector, being a catalyzer. It won't get it right at the beginning, but we have to keep holding it to that aspiration. It's a great input, and you can't do that without CSO voices, by the way, on the board, but also other voices as well, as you highlight. So thank you for that. People have highlighted the role of WHO, and I don't have a badge on, which is good. But WHO, oh, I've got this, so I'll put that down for a moment. WHO has a really important role. Under the international health regulations, Article 44(2)(b) or something like that, WHO is accountable for monitoring where are we on pandemic preparedness, basically, IHR core capacities. Are we taking the actions necessary, investing? WHO has got to play a role. It's got to be accountable to make sure the fifth is doing the right things. So it's an important part of that construct. And thank you for emphasizing it. And WHO feels very accountable in that area. And then Carmen's point, we cannot stop pandemics by dealing with one end. We cannot manage it. We've got to have a scope that goes from prevention to response, but we've got to make sure we're dealing with the critical gaps within those, right? Like what in prevention is really going to prevent those early spillovers? What in preparedness is going to help us control those rapidly, et cetera. So can't fund everything. We've got to be catalytic. We've got to incentivize. The more ideas people have to help in all of those areas, the better. So again, thank you for everything. We were allowed to have one request, and mine is stay engaged, keep providing the input. Don't get frustrated. And most importantly, ask your governments to put a lot more money into this thing. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bruce. Mary, your one ask.
I think my one ask in just listening is that there are many points where there is agreement, and we should search for those points of agreement and move toward implementing those things where we have great agreement. And that's all I would say, Ellen.
Thanks very much, Mary. Dr. Rahman.
Thanks. So my one recommendation pertains to the fact that in some of these platforms, or rather in some of the pillars within the platforms, we've been given like 24 hours to read something or endorse something or provide input to something, which really isn't meaningful involvement or engagement with us. And it really is insufficient capitalization on our capital or intellectual capital. So what we want is to see governance, specific government's recommendations to ensure that we are involved at the inception of ideas rather than a tick the box approach to CSO engagement. So that's something for the World Bank, and of course something for the G20 to think about, and other agencies, is to ensure that CSOs are involved in the outset, perhaps policies to make sure that a CSO role doesn't require multiple governance working groups to get there. Thanks.
Thanks so much. And finally, Sonia, you've got an ask from Argentina from your experience in the health ministry.
Thank you, Alan. Well, I'd like to mention just a conclusion from our side related to G20. We think that G20 has a great opportunity through the fifth that cannot be missed. We have in front of us the possibility to create an innovative and effective financial tool that will allow us to strengthen health systems and prevent future pandemics without putting further financial pressure on low and middle income countries. It's now, we have to work a lot to do that. In a much tighter economic and financial context than months ago, we have to protect the countries most in need. Thank you.
Eloise, over to you.
Thank you, Alan, and thanks to everybody for a really rich discussion. For those of you that don't know the Pandemic Action Network, we sprung up in April 2020 as a civil society organisation bringing together stakeholders across health development and beyond to make sure we were pushing governments on the right policies for pandemic response, but also for pandemic preparedness. Our mission is to make sure that we're not left in the same situation again as we were for COVID, particularly in LMIC countries. As such, we are very interested in the new FIF. And as Bruce mentioned, we've been running consultations on the FIF. We desperately want CSOs to be in the room, even now, but we definitely want to make sure that when that governing board sets up next week, there are civil society representatives there with full rights. And we also, frankly, want to keep the door open to best practice and at least match, for example, the Global Fund, which has 3 civil society representatives in the room. And we are hoping that there will be at least 2 next week. As Bruce said in his remarks, it's a very good start on inclusivity. It might not be perfect. What we would argue as civil society is that because this has been a very rushed process over June, July and August in order to make sure that some money can flow, we understand the reasons for that setup being quick, but we cannot allow that to close the door, for example, on more inclusive governance going forward, whether that be for community groups, LMIC governments, or indeed CSOs more broadly. I wanted to pick up on a couple of the points made in this session that are extremely important. Dr. Rahman said about the agility that CSOs bring to the table, CSOs as problem solvers, bringing those experiences from the front line, from the community groups, to actually advise and make sure that the money is spent well. We need to make sure also that we learn from the lessons of COVID. Wanted to pick up on Mary's point on we assess, diagnose and treat as physicians. Part of me wonders if during the COVID crisis we jumped too quickly to treat in terms of our responses in the global health architecture. Did we take enough time to assess and diagnose? Very, very difficult in the context of a hot crisis, but something that we must build in to the new FIF and indeed all emerging bits of the new global health security architecture. We also heard from Mariana, her key takeaway that we heard right at the beginning. All stakeholders should be part of the decision-making with universal participation. I definitely take Bruce and Priya's points that some of those issues are being dealt with. However, I would suggest that the universal participation and all stakeholders as part of the decision-making is still something we need to achieve and work towards. And crucially, we must not let the first meeting of the 8th, 9th of September close the door to improvement, course correction, and making the FIF fit for purpose for the 3rd millennium and not walking back or going further back, for example, than the excellent example set by the Global Fund, which was set up more than 15 years ago. So let's make this a FIF for the future that's fit for purpose. And I think that would be my main remarks, and picking up on some of the contributors' excellent points. And thank you very much for this session. I would encourage you all to please also, if you're interested in being a part of the FIF board, the selection process is unfortunately The deadline is very tight. We extended it by a day to tomorrow, tomorrow at noon Eastern time. So that's tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European time. All the details are on pandemicactionnetwork.org website or at Pandemic Action on Twitter. You can find all the information there. I would encourage CSOs to look at that, look at what we're asking for, a broad range of civil society organizations, putting that together. It's really, really important. We have strong representatives in the room in these crucial next 6 months. It's for interim posts on that fifth board, just as everything's landing and falling into place. Really important to get strong applications there. And please do engage with us. We would love to have you participate in those global consultations that Bruce mentioned. We will be continuing those over the future months as the fifth gets up and running. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure to be here. Over to you, Alan.
Thanks very much, Eloise, and can I thank all of the contributors to this session. It's a work in progress, and Bruce, we appreciate the transparency and the openness with which you've approached this. So I'm going to hand back to Ali. I think we're going to have a short coffee break, aren't we? And then we're going to have another fireside chat. So over to you, Ali.
Indeed, Alan. The coffee break just got shortened a bit, but I think it was worthwhile listening until the very end of this very insightful panel. And congrats to you again for masterfully chairing it. Indeed, we were supposed to have a 30-minute coffee break, which just got cut to 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I'm getting this time from Hatice. So this is inflation reverse. So this is going down. But in 15 minutes, we're going to be back here for the next fireside chat session. And from there on, it's a marathon. We're powering through until 6 p.m. So use this time and use this short break wisely. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could kindly ask you to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so that we can get started. Our next speaker is already waiting for us online. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. And this upcoming fireside chat is a special one because you will all know during the pandemic, a lot of talk has been made about how the youth, the young people, were affected by the pandemic, but there was very little talk with the youth about how they were affected and about what best practice lessons, or what lessons rather, were drawn during this pandemic for the young. That's why I'm very delighted to be joined by the youth representative of the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. Please give it up for Michelle Chu is joining us. Michelle, thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you, even though it is just virtually. But picking up on the point that I just made in my intro, during the pandemic, there were numerous articles about how the young people, how the youth were affected by the pandemic. And if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there hasn't been really, the youth hasn't really been sufficiently taken into account when devising options and solutions for how to take the youth voice, if you will, into account during a pandemic. Is that in line with your experience? Is my assessment correct?
Yes, certainly. First of all, thanks for having me here. And like you said earlier, throughout the past 2 years, there has been a lot of talk about young people and how we have been negatively impacted by the pandemic, or even maybe contributing to the negative aspects or exacerbating the pandemic. But definitely there has been very little talk with young people on what we can do together to solve issues that are related or exacerbated by the pandemic, or even there have been very little time spent listening to young people and actually looking out there at what young people are doing to help solve some of these issues. Because in fact, in reality, there have been a lot of youth all around the world that have really taken up the initiative to, when they identify certain problems within their communities, to actually start doing something to solve issues within their communities, right? So for example, here at the Global Youth Mobilization, we have funded more than 300 projects that are targeted towards solving some of the health and societal issues that are exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, we do know that the COVID-19 pandemic is a very serious health issue or health challenge. But throughout this time as well, what amazed me, and I think what you should be amazed by as well, is that young people did not only solely focus on the COVID-19 pandemic. We look beyond that and we identified issues that might have already been there, but might not been really given a lot of attention to also start tackling throughout the pandemic to ensure that these issues don't contribute to future challenges or future bigger issues for humankind in general, right? So things like the climate crisis. We all know that our Earth has been pretty sick this few years, and of course, at the start of the pandemic, there has been some positive signs, some positive recoveries that have actually been contributed by stop of certain activities throughout the world, right? But we know that things cannot stop forever, and young people identified that, and a lot of them actually started figuring out solutions to then prevent or mitigate or adapt to some of the climate crisis challenges that we're facing. the pandemic also does not impact all communities proportionately. We know that marginalized communities have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Young people who live in the communities themselves realize that and have come up with solutions to tackle this impacts or these issues within their communities that affect the communities. And what makes the experiences or the innovations of young people so valuable is that we're all part of the communities that we live in, and more often than not, we know better than, I would even argue, maybe certain policymakers or certain senior leaders, the actual situations of the communities that we live in, to be able to intervene directly and quickly. And that is why yeah, although regretfully, there have not been a lot of talk about what young people are doing in the pandemic, but on the positive note, young people all around the world have been doing things that are really impressive and moving quickly to tackle issues throughout the pandemic.
Thank you indeed, Michelle, for pointing out, yes. I hope you could hear the applause that was coming here from our participants your way. And indeed, thank you so much for sharing the lessons that the youth have learned and what they're doing now, perhaps more importantly, to drive innovation, to transform health systems. Much was talked about. Obviously, the pandemic has affected us all negatively, one way or the other. There's some who say, and I've read many reports, that it was particularly the youth that at least psychologically speaking, mentally speaking, was most negatively affected by this pandemic. As the youth representative of the International Federation of the Red Cross, is that something you can confirm?
Yes, certainly. And also as a young person myself, I have also been able to experience some of the more negative impacts of the pandemic, including like disruptions to education. And I'm certainly not alone out there. And I recognize that there are a lot of young people or young communities that actually have it a lot worse than I do, right? But what continuously impressed me is that, you know, we are not hopeless, or we are not like, we don't feel that we're helpless in situations like this. Yes, there are moments that we might feel down, that we might feel like things are bleak, but it really impressed me when you look at the willpower of young people and look at how fast or how quickly they could actually, you know, stand up and believe in themselves, as well as the people around them, to then devise solutions for their communities. Because oftentimes, whenever we reach sort of like the bottom of our life, that is also when we bounce back up and we try to figure out something to make our life better, and indirectly also make the lives of people around us better. And also oftentimes solutions to problems come from this moment. Because when we talk about innovation, it's not really about, you know, looking for problems when they're not already out there. It's looking at problems that have already been existing and then looking for solutions that might be able to solve this issue. And that is why the unique perspectives of what I would like to say a non-homogeneous group of young people would then come in, because although we are all young, we fall into a certain age range, our experiences, our background are certainly different and diverse from one another. And when young people come together and share and exchange these experiences and ideas with one another, that is often also where the magic happens, and when young people are able to create things that are pretty extraordinary.
Talked a lot today about how preparedness was a big issue up until now. Obviously, funding, financing. The youth is very much shaping established politics in the field of climate change. We're seeing all the initiatives, young spokes individuals, people like Greta Thunberg. Do you think that the youth could have the same effect and impact when it comes to health? Do you think that young people such as yourself can also have an influence and impact, if you will, on decision makers such as the ones here in the room in the long run?
Yes, certainly. I mean, I have also been a volunteer with the Red Cross and Red Crescent for quite a couple of years. And of course, being, I would say, one of the volunteers on ground and at the forefront, we have been able to actually witness the different challenges that are faced by communities when it comes to the health aspects as well. In Malaysia, for example, during the COVID-19 pandemic period, when it comes to vaccine equity, for example, the the Malaysian Red Crescent has really been at the forefront of driving and delivering vaccines to marginalized communities in the country. And I'm very proud to say that a lot of this are also led by young people who during this period might face disruptions to say their education or their working prospects. But at this moment as well, it's where they came in, they coordinated the entire delivery of this assistance, and they are also the ones that are delivering these operations. So I certainly do believe that young people have the power to influence decision making in different issues or in all aspects, actually, whether it's health, whether it's the climate crisis, because we have young people that are experts in all different areas, right? We go to university studying all different areas of different fields and different areas. And that's why with our personal experiences in our communities as well, we are also able to find measures to intervene to marginalized communities that might not say be very accessible to outsiders, that might not already be within the communities. Because what touches us as well is when we went in and interact with the communities around us, it's often also young people from those communities themselves that then stepped in to assist us in delivering aid or delivering the services that we are providing. Young people are not passive recipients of service delivery. In fact, they're often the ones that stepped up and helped to facilitate the entire process to ensure that whatever target is actually achieved. So certainly, I believe that young people have immense power and potential to be able to directly input, whether it's at the policy making level or whether it's when it comes to coordination, management, and service delivery.
Unfortunately, you yourself, you can't be here with us in person, but we have many young representatives here in the audience. Graziella Scudo is one of them. I'm going to come back to you, Michelle, in just a moment, so stand by, don't go anywhere. Graziella, if I may call upon you, you are part of the same generation, if you will, that Michelle is in, and Michelle has been talking about how the young is driving innovation to transform health systems. I want to get your input and recommendations as far as that is concerned as well.
Thank you, Ali. Thanks to everyone. Yes, I want to say some words regarding innovation. We have heard during this pandemic a lot this word innovation, and during also today. And innovation is more than just drugs and diagnostic tools. It's also a new way to organize processes and new way to funding global health. And it is, unfortunately, it is estimated that just 5% of the new drugs and technology innovations get scale up. And at the same time, during the pandemic, we saw the urgent needs to do things differently in global health. Barriers to translate research and innovation into evidence-based policy making still persist, and we need to do work to break down those barriers and to involve decision makers together with the community in the identification of the problem and in building the solutions. Rigorous evaluation are key, and these should include impact, process, and economic indicators, but not just that, also more qualitative indicators related to equity, ownership and accountability. Regarding ownership is key, and it's key that innovation are tailored to the context where are needed, and also that communities own the problem, but also they own their solution, especially in the global south. Accountability is also key and should not be unilateral toward donor countries, should be from both sides. And the evidence generated should be used for decision maker, and should be key that policy is based on data, so we can get the greater impact in global health, and not just guiding financial resources, but also non-financial resources toward where we can get major impact. So a final recommendation for the G20 Leaders is an invitation to make a decision regarding innovation based on data and evaluation. And evaluation data should be assessed in a periodic manner so we can change the course of action if needed. And evaluation, as I mentioned, should also consider equity, ownership, and accountability values. Thank you.
Thank you, Graziella, for making your voice heard here, and of course, the fine work you are doing in the context of the G20 HDP. Michelle, before we let you go, before we wrap up and move on to the next panel, there are many, many stakeholders, very relevant players in the global health community here in this room. As a young person who is, not just wants to, but already is shaping this debate, what is the one key message or recommendation that you want our audience to take away from our conversation here, from your perspective as a young person?
Yep. Thanks for that. But yeah, from my perspective, what I really want to urge all G20 leaders for here today is to really open your hearts and invest in young people. Provide a platform for young people to be able to incubate their ideas, because oftentimes support doesn't only come in the form of funding. Support comes in the form of connections. Support comes in the form of, providing access to certain data, providing access to people that you might know around you, and also to provide that intergenerational lens towards discussions, to involve young people of different age groups, and especially those from marginalized communities in the discussions are of utmost importance to be able to ensure that innovations can be done to target everyone that is actually affected by the problem, right? Because as the name already mentioned, innovation is never a one-size-fits-all approach. If not, there will be no need for innovation anymore. Innovation needs to target the problems that are faced by certain communities, and we need to be able to be willing to invest in these innovations from the perspectives of not only senior leaders, but also young people, to be able to work towards a better world, not only for our generation, but also for the future generations.
A passionate plea for the youth to have their voice heard and to have a seat at the table. The H20 summit is doing exactly that, is giving a voice to you and your colleagues, the youth representative of the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, Michelle Chu. Michelle, thank you so much for joining us. This is your applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we move on to panel 3, and for that, I'm very delighted to hand over to one of the preeminent voices and players in the global health community. It's none other than Professor Rifat Atun from the Harvard University School of Public Health. Professor Atun, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Ali. And it's so great to hear the voice of youth and share in their passion. It's a really energizing moment for our panel. And we have a stellar panel to answer a very important question. How can we increase fiscal space to support investments in health systems, to strengthen them in low and middle income countries, to ensure that they're prepared, they're responsive and resilient to current and future pandemics. And for this, we have a super panel, as I said. So we have Ruchir Agarwal, Head of Global Health Practice at International Monetary Fund. He's joining us virtually. We have Jill Dochi from Potomac Partners, Potomac Group. Jill is the founder and the chief executive officers. Then we have Rispa Walumbe, who is the senior health policy advisor at AMREF, and Francesca Colombo, head of health division at OECD, and Nadia Dar, who is head of Oxfam International's DC office. And Nadia is also joining us virtually. So I'm going to frame the panel, then ask each of the panelists to share their views for 3 minutes, and in the process try and answer the question: how can we increase fiscal space in low and middle income countries, especially with approaches that could lower the debt burden? So in terms of framing, we have a perfect storm. as Baroness Scotland so elegantly put it today, and I noted many of her comments, we're all in the same storm, but not in the same boat. We are in a perfect storm. So we're in the post-pandemic era. We heard from Bruce Awell that the pandemic is actually continuing. It's not post, we're in it. We don't know what's going to happen. So we have to be, we must not be complacent. But with the effects of the COVID, direct effects, we also have effects on other health conditions. So we have cardiovascular disease, cancer, and others. And of course, I had the privilege of working at the Global Fund for 3.5 years. The AIDS, TB, and malaria pandemics have not gone away. And on top of that, now we have an economic crisis that began in the post-pandemic era, but now because of the wars that are ongoing, supply chain interruptions, interruptions to the flow of energy or oil and gas, we have the economic crisis has worsened. We have rapid inflation in many countries and rising debt levels. And to cope with that, in addition to the health system pressures, where there are huge access challenges, low and middle income countries have to manage rising debt levels and servicing those debts. In June, the Federal Reserve increased the key interest rate by 0.75%, the highest increase in 30 years. That was followed in July by another 0.75%. Again, huge shock. Interest rates rose, bond yields rose. Then in Jackson Hole, the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, made a very hawkish statement in terms of the fight that will go on to fight inflation. Of course, all the markets shuddered, but the effect on low and middle income countries has been huge. There's flow of capital, foreign capital from low middle income countries. Interest rates have really increased. Bond yields are eye-watering, ranging from 10, 15% to 30% in some countries. Several countries are in default: Sri Lanka, Lebanon, Zambia, to count a few. A recent study a couple of weeks ago identified almost 40 countries at risk of default. For example, in Africa, Ghana and Kenya; in Latin America, Argentina, El Salvador; in Middle East and North Africa, Egypt, Tunisia, just to say a few. And if we look at Ghana as an example, 50% of Ghana's tax revenues goes to servicing servicing interest on debt. And that is around 8% of Ghana's GDP. In some of the at-risk countries, that's 10% of GDP, huge amounts. And the risks have not gone away. So how can governments create fiscal space in the current situation where the pandemic is still ongoing and where there are huge pressures on health systems? So I'm going to ask first Ruchir. IMF is the place with money, and IMF has been helping many countries. So Ruchir, what can we do?
Great, thank you, Rifat. Can you all hear me well? Yes?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So you painted the landscape beautifully. I have 3 minutes as an opening remark. What I will do is I work more on the pandemic financing side. So let me make 3 points on the pandemic financing side, building on the very nice opening landscape that you've painted. So I want to make 3 points, which is first on the rationale for financing for pandemics. The second is on the source of those financing. And the third is the complementarity of that financing, which addresses the issue of, where will money come from given the urgent needs and competing needs. So on the first, the key point I want to emphasize is that pandemics are systemic risks to the global economy and not solely a development issue for a few low and lower middle income countries. And so to illustrate that clearly, if you see during the the COVID pandemic, what we estimated earlier in January of this year, that the global economic losses from the pandemic were about $13.8 trillion through 2024. And a big fraction of that, the dominant share of that actually, of those losses were in high and upper middle income countries. So pandemics, yes, is a development issue, but it's also very much a systemic risk issue for the international economy. So the logic of financing that is very different than logic of development financing or humanitarian financing. And for that reason, we have emphasized that pandemic policy is economic policy, and we need additional financing, which is different from official development assistance, because it's in the interest of everyone, all the nations, and not just one nation. As you said, we are all in the storm together, maybe in different boats, but affected at the same time. So that's the first thing I want to emphasize, and happy to talk more about it in our Q&A. The second thing is on the source. Exactly as Rifat said, even before the pandemic, over half the countries, the low-income developing countries, were assessed to be at risk of debt distress. And then the pandemic just made it worse. And so both the revenues were hit and the spending needs went up. And so given that difficult fiscal space during the pandemic and now, we have emphasized the importance of grant financing for a lot of the spending needs, health spending needs in developing countries. So our message has been the first line of defense should be grant financing. The second line of defense should be subsidized lending from development banks like World Bank. And then IMF, we are a balance of payment financiers. We are the third line of the defense. And in that context, the new Resilience and Sustainability Trust is basically fitting into that longer term financing needs coming from for pandemic preparedness and for climate change. The last point I want to in the few seconds I have is emphasize the complementarity of financing. In a way, the world faces three different global health challenges now. The universal global health coverage, first. Second is still fight, as Bruce said earlier, we still need to fight COVID, and COVID is here for the long term, to fight the COVID fight. And third is prepare for and prevent future pandemics. If you look at the current financing asks by health agencies, they're quite fragmented. And in a way, a lot of these agenda conversations are happening in parallel rooms. The more we can unify the financing frameworks and find complementarities across different categories, the better it is, because we can be more efficient and reduce the total envelope of financing needed, and basically bring our collective energy and innovation to basically address those needs. So three things I've emphasized: the rationale for financing, the source for financing, and having a complementary unified financing approach going forward to address the needs of difficult fiscal space going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for a really clear opening and remarks highlighting the sort of rationale, source, and complementarity of financing, which I think provides a perfect segue to Jill, who is actually involved in financing and managing sovereign debt. Jill, over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor, and thank you to everyone, the hosts, for having me here. First, I'd like to start with a bit of a disclaimer in that I am not an expert on health issues. I am an expert in sovereign debt and sovereign debt sustainability. Potomac Group is a financial advisory firm based in Washington, D.C., and we advise sovereign governments, low and middle income countries, on debt sustainability. And over the last few years, we've also had a focus on climate finance and sustainable finance. And there are a lot of, I think, parallels, and we've touched on that many times today about the complementarianess exactly of climate change and health. So my intervention today is my humble attempt to try to connect some of these dots and to put it in a context of what is really happening on the ground in these countries in this pandemic, post-pandemic era. So the COVID-19 pandemic really made it impossible for all of us to continue to ignore that our international financial architecture was indeed getting rusty and in need of reform. And this had been happening slowly over the last 20 years as concessional finance from the traditional donors of the Paris Club was in decline. And that was in part due as a follow-on from the HIPC initiative, the Highly Indebted Poor Country Initiative that was in the early 2000s, where the debt overhang of that time had been written off. And many of these traditional donors had then exactly what we were just referring to, switched from concessional finance and ODA to indeed providing grants. And so they no longer were really providing this traditional ODA financing. At the same time, there was increased regulation of global commercial banks. And so we saw they too retreating from these markets and a withdrawal of, or a decline of traditional kind of project finance from the usual commercial banks that previously had been so active in other eras. So this created a void of sense in global finance, and new creditors arrived on the scene to fill that void. First of all, it was the international capital markets themselves, because of other market factors where you had very low and negative interest rates in developed markets. They were, investors were looking for higher yield and riskier products. And so we're going into more frontier markets. And at the same time, of course, non-traditional bilateral lenders such as China, Saudi Arabia, and others also increased their lending. And so we have today, if you fast forward to kind of just pre-pandemic, we had a very different composition of debt profile in these countries, as well as a different composition of creditors. And the trick is that marketable debt, as well as the debt of non-traditional bilateral creditors, is harder to restructure. And so when we found ourselves in 2020, when many countries were falling over at the same time, we couldn't rely on our existing financial architecture in the same way that we had during previous sovereign debt crises. What was interesting was then we had a shift to precisely the G20, which already had in its membership some of the other emerging and new lenders. The G20 responded to the crisis very quickly in developing a rapid response of the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, or the DSSI, which provided some immediate cash flow relief to low-income countries. And then on the back of that, to address more deeper issues of solvency, they introduced the Common Framework. This is a voluntary program open for low-income countries. So far, we've only had 3 countries step forward: Chad, Ethiopia, and Zambia. It's been a mixed result so far, a very slow process. But I think the general consensus is it's a good start, and now we just need to think more boldly and bravely in taking this to the next level. And this is where I come to, and I think it kind of converges with the rest of this conference. So forgive me for taking the time to kind of set that stage. But I think in our discussions, the work that has been done and the innovations that we've been seeing, particularly around climate finance and in looking at debt swaps and other sustainable financial instruments that are linking sovereign debt to specific key performance indicators and performance targets. These sorts of innovations that are emerging in the climate space are very applicable to the health space. And how we can then also marry that to the other debt relief initiatives, and particularly the Common Framework, I think is something that would be very interesting to look at. Also, as Ruchir was mentioning, the IMF has introduced the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, and along with the World Bank FIFE, I think there are these new tools that we can really hopefully get creative and look at how we can use those support elements, whether it's going to be grants or concessional loans, to actually bring in private sector finance as well. And I'm happy to kind of elaborate on those points as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jill. And of course, we'll look at some of the novel approaches and innovative financing instruments that have been used and explore what might be possible in the future in the next round. But before that, I'm going to ask Rispa to make her presentation.
So thank you so much, and I think it's lovely to come to this forum where we can actually discuss, health, especially in the context when you're looking at it through the lens of ministries of finance. Because often part of my job is sitting down with people from representatives from Ministry of Health and having conversations around how do we speak to ministries of finance, which is often quite a challenge. But I think when we're talking about like the fiscal space for health, I think from my perspective, and of course from many other people, at the core, we're really looking at how do we expand resources for the health sector. And, there were challenges that you've outlined in terms of demand side challenges and supply side challenges within the health system. But I think the additional contextual challenges that, I speak from the African context, is that, there's some historical legacies that have shaped the design and structure and even the perception of the health system for different African countries. And of course, the biggest example of this is, for instance, colonization, because the systems we have were actually based off of those kind of structures. And additionally, we also have the impact of external influence on healthcare system policy on the continent. And when you have these kinds of examples, and these are all referenced in the AHIC Commission on the State of UHC in Africa report, health was then viewed as an expense and not an investment as a result of these. So there's additional, conversations we need to have around what that means and how we can start to shift that perception specifically in the African context. But the additional thing that happened was because of these systems and also global financing systems, how they're structured, is that there was a tension between ministries of health and ministries of finance or treasury in some cases. So when you look at this, two issues emerged. And the first was, how do you effectively raise revenue? Given this context, especially given the fact that you're viewed as an expense when you're looking at it from the perspective of Ministry of Health. And then secondly, how do we nestle our larger health financing system into the even larger country financing system in general? Now, some of the challenges that a lot of African countries are having right now is there's a wave of reforms that are going on, and a lot of them are focused on health financing reforms. And some of the focus has been around, a focus on an insurance model. And, the traditional insurance model is it's great if you don't have a very large informal sector. But unfortunately, the context we have is that we're largely informal in terms of, contributions to tax revenues. And additionally, a lot of these insurance models that we do have within our context rely on voluntary payments. And that in itself costs money for you to keep following people to pay into this financing system. And then additionally, these insurance models, of course, are largely inequitable, and there's quite a bit of work that's been shown based off of the work of, for instance, Kemi Wellcome Trust and others. Now, at the core, I think I then shift and look at it from what do we look at when it comes to the budgetary space for health, right? Because we already have, and that's for me if we're distilling down from fiscal space, it's really about the budget. And when you look at why budgetary space for health is so important, I look at three key things. One is that when you look at it from a budget perspective, it's sustainable. It's something that is relatively predictable. It's something that we can work with from the health sector. The second thing that happens is when you look at it from a budget perspective, it's unsiloed. It's not focusing on a particular vertical program. It's not focusing on, it's looking at the health system as a whole, how to make it more effective and therefore make it more resilient, especially in the context of pandemics. Thirdly, it also allows us to address some of the inefficiencies that exist within our health systems. And that's why it's really important to have, kind of like a shift in conversation to budgetary space for health. And there's a couple examples in terms of what different African countries have done, given the different legislative, reforms that are going on, and also health financing reforms. A good example, I think, I'll start off with my country, Kenya. And one of the challenges that, Kenya has been having when it comes to the health sector is managing public financial management, because we have an act that actually enables sub-regional governments to receive all funding for whether it's healthcare or different other sectors. So it comes into a big pot. Well, ideally, what happened is that in 2013, we had a new constitution that established this act, and the purpose was to make sure that these funds actually reach the implementation level. But unfortunately, it inadvertently kind of re-centralized, but at a local government level. So what's happening is that the legislative reforms that are going on within those sub-regional governments is focusing on making sure, we call them counties, so it's making sure that these county governments have a situation where there's a legislative document which is focusing on facility improvement funds, is both accountable, but also allows for autonomy of facilities. And the reason why you want to make sure there's facility autonomy is so that they're able to, prioritize internally what are the key things, what are the key issues, but eventually also make sure that they're delivering on their promise. And this makes sure that also you have still transparency, but also timeliness of funding flows. Because that's another critical issue that we have, is that when you do sit down with Ministry of Finance and they said, we gave you money, but the money didn't arrive on time, and therefore we were not able to effectively execute the budget, that then brings another question in place. And then as I just round up my first intervention, is also just looking at how we evaluate our budget. And I think it's really important for us to look at how we can make sure our process for evaluating budgets is creating a happy marriage between the challenge that ministries of finance have in terms of we measure deliverables, we measure numbers, we make sure that what you said you'll do is what you actually did. Because often ministries of health have a challenge of, completely spending down all the money and spending it in time, or that they go over budget because they're still dealing with arrears based off of the delays before. So how do we create a marriage between ministries of finance and ministries of health that allows for this kind of adaptability, allows for this kind of, stable funding flows in terms of timeliness, but also, the amount that's coming, and therefore you can plan more effectively for your needs, for your priorities, and this eventually now gets to more effective health outcomes. And finally, another example I have, because I think we've talked a little bit about political will and policy and the importance of that, is that I think often from the technocrats' perspective, for the technocrats in the room, I being one of them, but also civil society organizations, is that we forget the importance of politics and policy. We often, put that aside and assume that providing all this evidence is sufficient. And I think we discussed it earlier that we are not the only ones with needs. There are other sectors that are requiring the same financing. So how do you make sure that you effectively package this and look at it as a long-term progression? As we said, earlier in the morning, we said start small, right? You don't have to ask for the full pot, but it's good for you to have the full pot in mind, especially given the opportunities that you have as you grow. And then also, it's important for you to have a co-creation perspective when it comes to policy and politics. So sit down alongside these, leaders in the political system and actually have a co-creation agenda where you even create you even create an evaluation process that is co-created. And that way, it even fosters accountability in the process. And a good example of this is in Rwanda, where a University of Rwanda is actually working together with the government to kind of evaluate and go through their processes to see how you can increase finance, but also make it more effective in terms of purchasing arrangements for healthcare. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rispa, for a very comprehensive presentation. And you've given us some important segues into the sort of next round of questions, especially in relation to the conversations with ministers of finance and how to convince them. But I'll pick that up later. Before that, I'd like to invite Francesca from OECD.
Sure. Thank you so much, Rifat. And I cannot agree more with you when you say the challenge is huge. I was a little bit stuck myself when looking at some of the data in preparing for these events and how the SDG financing gap has risen by 56% since the pandemic. So it has reached now something like 3.9 trillion. And this comes in the context in which, if we look at developing countries, and obviously OECD are OECD developed countries, but in developing countries, there has been a drop in domestic government revenue in 2020 by about 20%, and even in private capital funding by about 20%. So quite clearly, we have a huge scale of a challenge, a lot of competing demands, even in the health sector, for pandemic preparedness and response, and we'll need to be clearly very focused when we talk about the fifth. But also we have the SDG, we have sustainable development goals to achieve, we have universal health coverage. And I think for me, the solution is really in having a much more diversified approach to financing that we need to put forward. And that requires that certainly we do need to push the agenda to have much more ODA. That's for sure. I should remember that during this crisis, ODA funding has actually reached record level in the order of 165 billion, so much higher than before. But that's not enough. We clearly need to have much more domestic financing. And in OECD countries, actually, health already accounts for 15% of government budgets. In developing countries, very often that's a much smaller spot, which probably indicates the fact that there is room for enlarging the financing that comes from government funding within that. But that also requires, and it's an important point, improving budgeting practices. And that's something which requires significant work. It has to do with the process of negotiation, a more transparent process of negotiation between health and finance ministries, but it has to do also with a more effective executions of the budget, so that there are clear indicators also on how the resources are dispersed and spent. It has to do with having a more institutionalized system, like having a spending reviews mechanism, which allow also to have clear budgets and clear targets that needs to be achieved, and also moving from a year budgeting cycle to multi-year budgeting processes, taking into consideration a number of the health challenges are not related to recurrent spending, but require really investments that continues into the longer term. And quite clear, we also need to have more innovative financing from private sources. And I think we heard a lot of different and possible tools, and we may go into that discussions as well. So, but that's my main message. We really need to do more things and do them in a more rigorous way.
Excellent. Thank you, Francesca. As always, very clear and really comprehensive view of potential sources of funding to expand fiscal space. And we'll pick up some of those. But before that, let me move to Nadia, who's been waiting very patiently. And Nadia is joining us virtually.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. Thank you for inviting me to join this panel, to this conference. I truly wish I could be there in person, but glad to be here virtually. So, I mean, we've heard, Rifat, in your opening remarks, you really outlined very clearly the cost of the debt crisis in particular for health spending. And just to give, that picture a little bit more light, in Africa in 2021, debt servicing accounted for 51% of budget revenue and represented 5.9 times health spending. And in terms of that link between interest rates, what we're seeing here in the US, as interest rates are rising, of course, interest payments on debt are also rising. So we're seeing every 1% increase in the global interest rate adding $35 billion worth of interest payments for poorest countries. And so finance ministers really are faced with this limited and seemingly impossible option. And we're seeing this terrifying trend really towards austerity and budget cuts, which will clearly have implications for health spending. 43 out of 55 African Union member states are facing public expenditure cuts of about $183 billion over the next 5 years. And we're seeing the IMF also backing that kind of action. Our analysis demonstrates that of the IMF's recent loans, 87% of them are requiring the adoption of fiscal consolidation in countries borrowing from them. And that includes examples such as freezing or lowering public wage bills, which we know are critical for paying health workers, for example. So all of these issues are connected, and we desperately need to expand fiscal space so that countries are not, in this corner of having to make these cuts. And we need to expand that in the short term and the long term. And we have these global financial tools at our disposal. And I want to come back to this point of political will, because in all of these examples of solutions, both short-term and long-term, they really just require the political will. Canceling debt payments owed to bilateral, multilateral, and private creditors makes sense. Debt cancellation is a quick way to free up fiscal space in countries. It makes sense, but it takes political will. We need to be learning our lessons much more quickly. The DSSI that was already referenced and the common framework, they have not worked as the grand solution to this grand challenge of debt that we have. We need to do better. Another is on concessional and conditionality-free financing from the international financial institutions. This emergency, quick, conditionality-free lending was done early in the early stages of the pandemic. It's really slowed down when you look at that conditionality-free financing, and we need to boost that up again. And for both debt relief and concessional financing, we can look to sources such as the gold reserve. The IMF is currently sitting on over $150 billion worth of gold. We used that after the global financial crisis, and we should do so again, or at least explore looking into it. There's also special drawing rights, and we need to be maximizing the reallocation of the special drawing rights that were issued by the IMF last year and reallocate them from rich countries to lower income ones. And this was promised by the G20. Some of it has been done, but significantly more needs to be done, especially from the IMF's largest shareholder, the United States, which received over $100 billion worth of SDRs and hasn't redistributed 1 cent yet. And one of the places that the US and others can channel their SDRs is the IMF's New Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which Ruchir already talked about as well. But this is designed in part to top up budget support for pandemic preparedness. So it's thinking more longer term. And innovatively, this pot also provides concessional financing for middle income countries, which are constantly left out of concessional financing and debt relief options that are being explored. But this financing through the RST cannot have a precondition of an IMF program that is then pushing countries to adopt strict fiscal targets and austerity, therefore undermining government's ability to spend where they really need to. So we can't repeat those mistakes. We should also be exploring another SDR issuance. Why is this not being discussed more? We saw how powerful this boost was for countries last year in August 2021 when it was first issued. Let's not waste more time learning our lesson. Let's think about whether another issuance is viable as well. Again, political will is what is the barrier to some of these solutions. But ultimately, in terms of sustainable financing, we know that domestic revenue mobilization is absolutely key. And I'm talking about progressive taxation here. The fair taxation of rich people, of corporations, of wealth. And so we need to see some combination of emergency solidarity taxes, one-off wealth taxes, temporary increases in capital gains taxes, personal income taxes on high incomes. We've seen some amazing examples. Argentina, for example, adopted a one-off special levy that was dubbed the millionaire's tax. And that's brought around $2.4 billion to pay for, during the pandemic. And those are the kinds of examples we can see much more of around the world. It's progressive taxation of wealth in the longer term that is required to more fundamentally redistribute resources, reduce inequality, and create the fiscal space for countries to be investing in these different sectors, but especially in healthcare. So to wrap up my first intervention, I just wanted to put out the point here that there's no shortage of financial solutions, and these are not radical solutions. They're common sense, but we need the political will to move them forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. This is a really comprehensive overview of some of the solutions that exist. And we've very nicely gone over the sort of fiscal space cycle, really, or the circle. So we talked about potential additional sources from revenues. But again, many countries have declining revenues from taxes. Secondly, we talked about budget reprioritization. Francesca mentioned that. Maybe reallocating from one sector to the health sector. Third, we talked about, well, we didn't talk about sin taxes, but we talked about one-off levies, Nadia, that you've mentioned. That's another potential source. Then, of course, better using the budget that's available, very important, and improving efficiency of health systems. And then of ODA, maybe concessional finance or grant financing. And then finally, innovative financing. So multiple sources. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists, which ones of these, I mean, there are many solutions, and we heard today, we have the answers, but we don't have the money. So what is the most feasible? I'm going to put each of you on the spot. Let's see, let me start with Ruchir. Ruchir, IMF, you're with the money. So which one is the most feasible? This is your personal view, of course, yes, not the IMF view.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Yes. So basically, yes. The idea is exactly as Francesca said earlier. We need to have all the options on the table and make progress, especially exactly as Nadia said, on all those fronts. So let me just go through my pecking order. First, we need to make the case for more grants from richer countries to expand the ability for developing countries to spend on health. And I think what that will require is more imagination, a better economic case to be built by people like us, by conversations like this, about why is it also in their self-interest to make that investment. Which is more than just the humanitarian and development case. It is also in the self-interest of developed countries to give more ODA, more grant funding first. Second, exactly as Nadia said, we need to have better revenue mobilization from, in a way that is a bit more inclusive. That will, of course, depend on the political preferences and political realities of each country. But we should be putting on table ideas on how we can find tax revenues, for example, from higher income folks, or exactly as Nadia said, in a way that is politically feasible and can be voter safe. That can be, and that's also an imagination challenge for all of us, is design those better fiscal tax policies. And the third, I would say, is building on what Nadia said at the end. In a way, other space can be created by rationalizing expenditure, but that has to be done in a way while making sure there are floors on social spending. And so a lot of the conditionalities, for example, Nadia talked about, that's the logic which at least is being tried, is if you do fiscal consolidation, make sure that you are paying strong attention on social spending, on education and health type expenditures, so you're not cutting those, so you're kind of making sure that's balanced. So I would say you have to work together. And lastly, if I could say something, I think one of the very important lessons from the pandemic was a conversation like what we're having now was not really happening before, bringing together people from different spaces, the health and finance worlds. And the more we talk, the more we're able to refine those arguments, the more we're able to make the case clearly to the politicians and help the politicians make the case to the public, the better we'll be able to achieve those goals.
Excellent. Thank you, Richard. So it seems making case for more grants, better economic case. We heard that, and we've heard actually throughout the discussions that health is considered as a cost, as an expenditure. But we really need to argue that this is one of the best investments we can make, with massive returns in terms of health, social well-being, and economic returns and economic growth. Better revenue mobilization, inclusive, more progressive, as well as rationalize the expenditure, but actually social sector protected, unlike the 1990s, where the restructuring actually led to social sector being undermined with huge adverse consequences for health. So let's move on to Jill. Additional feasible sources. What would you bet on?
Well, I would say I would just build on what was already said, and then just add again that there are reforms that we can be doing and further tweaking and development of the common framework and this debt relief efforts that are already underway. I think everyone does agree that the current state of affairs is less than ideal, and that we would like to see more countries stepping forward and feeling able to access that framework. One of the problems in that framework is the speed at which the IMF can move forward and the coordination issues between various creditors. Again, as I was alluding to in my opening remarks about the market-based debt and bondholders and non-traditional creditors. So I think there are reforms that can be done and creative thinking within the IMF and other stakeholders about how to provide those financing assurances more quickly so that the IMF programs can go more quickly, as well as on delivering the relief. And in those relief packages, I think we can use innovations of sustainable finance. So looking at debt swaps, whether that's debt for health sort of arrangements, or indeed debt for, and it can be broadly the sustainable development goals and linking to specific programs, as well as these sustainable finance instruments where actually you can be using public sector money and as credit enhancements, and then really bringing in the power of the private sector, because no one's going to be able to write the size of the check that we're talking about. So even if we mobilize all of the money from the G20 and all the SDRs and everything, it's still not going to be enough. We need the power of the private sector, so we can use those public sector dollars as wisely as possible to act as a catalyst to bring in the private sector. And we have techniques, we know how to do it. It's happening, it's starting to happen in, like I said, climate finance. There's no reason why it can't be happening with health, or as the IMF has been doing, looking at both simultaneously, because these are indeed these systemic risks and are intertwined.
Wonderful. We're developing a really super compendium of potential options and that are feasible with experience from other sectors. So I'm going to move over to Rizwan.
I think the beauty of talking after everyone is that you can say what she said. But additionally, I think for me is that as we look at any of these innovations for financing, the key thing that we should underline is the sustainability of these innovations, particularly for low and middle income countries. Because if you do not focus on the sustainability of these interventions or innovations, then you will find yourself in the same cycle a few years down the line when another pandemic comes. And one of the key things I think a lot of countries on the continent learned is that during the COVID-19 pandemic, we unfortunately decided to work as silos. And that is how we ended up drowning individually. And I think it's really critical for us, especially a lot of countries are looking at how to make sure that they focus on domestic financing, because there was a very huge reality hit, during the pandemic, that, domestic financing was really the only option a lot of countries had. And so I think when you look at domestic financing and you look at any of these other innovations that we can have, it's really critical to have that sustainability. Because I think my only caution is, only to focus on a specific number to hit as a budget allocation. It's sometimes often almost impossible for certain countries to hit the 15%, number that we had put forth during the Abuja Declaration. It's feasibly just impossible. But does that mean that they do not aspire to it? Does that mean that they do not try and look at how they can build revenue or raise revenue and mobilize resources through those efficiency mechanisms that we talked about earlier? So I think for me, I really would just hedge a little and say, whatever the innovation may be, and there are more qualified people to speak on this than myself, I would say that they must be sustainable and cognizant of the context that each of these countries operate in. So that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you. And Francesca, you mentioned a number of potential sources very clearly. What is most feasible in your view?
Look, they're all feasible. They all raise their own technical and political issues. Three considerations, though. First of all, because there are these multiple financing sources, we're going to have a more diversified and complex financing mechanism and structure. And that requires, avoiding having multiple competing objectives and goals going in all sorts of directions that might make the job also of local governments much more difficult to achieve. So we need to have a commonality of understanding about what are the goals that we want to achieve with strengthening of health systems, and making sure that those multiple sources of financing eventually build that strength and capacity, and obviously with the ownership of the countries. That's a fundamental issue. We need to have much more sophisticated measurement tool system that allow us to track also how the funding goes for these new sources of funding, financing from the private sectors. And the OECD, we have developed a tool which is called TOSD, which is the Total Official Support for Sustainable Development, that really tries to track both private, public financing into global public goods from regional, from global international organizations and other sources and so forth. We need to have a better way of tracking. And the last thing is then down the line, we really need to strengthen the domestic capacity, because fiscal capacity at domestic level will be fundamental. Eventually will be what is the main source of funding for health in most of the countries. So that really needs to be strengthened, and with robust budgeting practices and mechanisms as well, as I was mentioning.
Yes, excellent. Thank you, Francesca. So Nadia,
yes,
what is your view?
And I think, I think I was fairly clear in the remark on the fact that so much of it is about political will. But in terms of what's feasible, you can approach it from different ways. So what will be quickest in terms of keeping resources would be debt relief, because countries are then not facing an outflow of resources, but keeping those resources and immediately being able to expand their fiscal space. An issuance of special drawing rights, while very, probably challenging politically, was very quick, as we saw in August 2021, and we also saw after in the wake of the global financial crisis in the late 2000s. But sustainable financing is really a matter of looking at progressive taxation. And I don't want to put ODA off the hook. ODA is absolutely critical, and we are nowhere near meeting our 0.7% target. And we need to be holding richer countries, donor countries, accountable to their commitments on this. But progressive taxation is really that sustainable form of financing. And what's critical about it is that it also helps to address inequality because of that redistributive nature of progressive taxation. And we know that concentration of wealth has a host of implications on the well-being of populations, on the way political rules are written and policy is made in countries, and about government's ability to have the resources to spend on health. But I just want to make the point about fiscal space because, to think about these social spending targets, I do understand that there are these floors that governments are also, committing to when they're taking IMF loans, for example, but they need more flexibility in order to do that. Because what we're seeing is that countries are bound to deficit targets as a condition of financing. And then at the same time, here are these social spending floors, but they are not at the same level. That deficit target is the primary thing that they are being held accountable to in these programs. And evidence of past programs show that these floors are not always met, nor are they ambitious. And so often what you find is that governments are missing their social spending targets. So I just wanted to caution on that point specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. So we've had really excellent set of contributions and identified many potential sources of financing as well as some important considerations. So going into the G20 meeting, what would your recommendation be to the G20 leaders, health and finance ministers? What should they do to expand financing to strengthen health systems, achieve universal health coverage, and to ensure we are better prepared, more responsive and more resilient? So a 30-second pitch. Who'd like to go first? Why don't I start with Jill?
Sure, thank you very much. My pitch would be to the G20 leaders, would be, I think, to follow on what Nadia was saying, was to actually fulfill the promise of the RST, the allocations, the SDR reallocations, and so to properly fund the RST, and so that when it's launched in October, we can really see what it can be doing. And then I would also add this idea of really taking the common framework to the next level and looking at some innovations around credit enhancements and how can we address its flaws at the moment.
Excellent. So two very concrete recommendations. Who'd like to go next? Francesca?
Sure, I can go. Now, look, my thought would be that first of all, the G20 leaders should really press ahead with the work which has started with the establishment and financing on the financial intermediate fund, but use this perhaps as catalytic also for wider addressing wider issues of health system financing, and from continuing this dialogue between health and finance. We have seen how this can work and can bring to good results, but it cannot be just limited and stop, with the establishment of the FIF.
Thank you. That's a really clear message, and it came through in earlier panels. Very, very important. So I'm going to go to Nadia next.
Thank you.
To mix the order a little.
It seems like we're aligned to some extent in terms of the types of solutions that we want to see the G20 putting forward. It really has an obligation to act and to act quickly. It is simply not moving fast enough. First, on the financial intermediary fund, this is a very interesting new fund for pandemic preparedness, but we need to learn our lessons from the failure around multilateral decision-making on global health that we saw during the pandemic and was exhibited most profoundly through vaccine inequity. We need to get the governance of this fund right and make sure that that developing countries, that borrowing countries, and that civil society are well represented and have a strong voice on this fund. And we need to make sure that the FIF is providing health financing and pandemic preparedness grounded in universal free quality healthcare for all, supported by a strong foundation of health workers. But secondly, in terms of financing, the G20 must face this debt crisis head on and with the seriousness required. So we need to see quick and impactful solutions for countries in debt distress or at risk of debt distress. We need to ensure that countries are reallocating their SDRs, and we need to begin discussions on a new issuance. And we need to see support for the IFIs to move again, towards emergency concessional financing to get the money out the door quickly for budget support. Thank you.
Super, thank you, Nadia. And I'm going to ask Rispa to go next.
Thank you. I think for me, I'll go a little bit more granular in terms of the recommendations that I have for the G20 leadership. Firstly, I think it's critical that sources of funding are, formulated to be compulsory and stable for healthcare systems and consistent, but also adaptable. I've said many things, but I think they make sense. Secondly, I think when we're looking at collaboration between ministries of health and ministries of finance, I think it needs us to make sure that as ministries of health or as health sector leaders, we are ready to work with ministries of finance, given the priorities that they have, given the approaches that they use. There's a rationale behind them. And it's really important for us to focus on that multi-sectoral support. And this collaboration should not just be at the senior leadership level. It should go down to the officers who are responsible for working with ministries, officers in the Ministry of Health, because those are the people who actually, keep pushing the documents. And then I think my final one is, to really garner political will at the different levels. Whether you come from the Ministry of Finance, whether you come from the Ministry of Health, the way you package this information, especially for the highest office in the land, that's going to be really critical in pushing, what does success look like for a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Rispa, that was really excellent and very, very, very concrete and very granular, as you said. So we started with Ruchir. I'm going to go back to Ruchir for the final comments from the panel.
Thank you, Rifat.
Your recommendations, Richard.
Yeah, I just build on what others have said. Our message, we've had 3 messages to the G20. The first is we've very much welcomed the joint finance and health task force and the conversation, exactly as Risa said, between finance and health ministries. And that's something very powerful, and it's totally new. And we have welcomed that, and we encourage that conversation to keep going. Because it just opens up a totally new way of working and new way of looking at the problem. So one is welcoming that and supporting that ongoing dialogue between finance and health. The second is emphasize that the health security is economic security, and to secure health security, we need more financing. So there's a logic to that, and we keep asking, just the initial amounts of money is very welcome for the fifth, for example, but a lot more money is needed. And so keep making the strong case for that and why that's important. And the third is basically that we just need their continued support to operationalize the RST, which will require, channeling of the SDR. And basically, it's a new thing for us. Initially, the board has approved the RST to focus on climate change and pandemic preparedness. And we need to basically have their continued support, both in financing and willingness to engage and make this a success. So those are the 3 messages from our side.
Thank you, Richard. Very, very clear recommendations. And I will not attempt to sum up all the really excellent recommendations that were very clear and very concrete. But what I will do is maybe just spend 30 seconds to try and summarize some of the key themes and messages that have come through. First of all, it seems that there are many options and many possibilities with very good examples in the health sector, but also from other sectors, from climate and others. And we should put all these options on the table. And we heard about more grants and ODA, making better economic case, and to encourage investment in health, better revenue mobilization through progressive taxation, for example, rationalizing the expenditure with social investment floors. We heard about a number of innovative financing instruments, debt to health, which actually we used successfully when I was at the Global Fund, debt swaps, credit enhancements using public funds to lower credit risk, to mobilize private sector financing. But it was very clear message from RISPA that we need sustainable financing, and much of the financing, as you've all said, is going to come from domestic sources. So how can we ensure that that space can be created? But beyond the instruments and different sorts of financing, we heard that this is going to create very complex environment. We heard this from Jill at the start of her comments in terms of the various instruments. And what Francesca said was to ensure that we are better aligned with a common understanding, with appropriate measurement tools and tracking, and also creating domestic capacity as the main source. So having a joined up conversation in relation to what instruments to use when, bringing everyone on board, not just opportunistic financing that's going to create a very complex environment. And very importantly, again, what is used in each country is going to very much depend on politics, ultimately, and that political will is critically important. So I'll stop there. I could go on. This has been an incredibly rich discussion, and thank you for our contributions of our outstanding panelists.
Thank you indeed to Professor Rifat Atun for this very comprehensive session. May I ask the speakers of this panel to switch seats now with the incoming speakers of panel 4. And while we're making this transition, let me just say, Hatice, that we are already 30 minutes over the schedule. So we're running 30 minutes late. For those who may not know, Hatice and I actually have one thing in common. We're both Germans of Turkish descent. So Hatice, now your German side has to take over and has to make up for a lost time here without, of course, cutting on the substance of this debate. Panel 4 is now in motion, and the chair, Hatice Küçük, has the word.
Thank you, Ali. No pressure at all.
Sorry.
I will do my best. So I have amazing panelists here today. I just want to, I don't want to take too much up of the time, but we had a nice flow of the sessions today. So first of all, we discussed what kind of fund can be created in pandemic preparedness and response, and that is the 5th. The conversations are ongoing, the governance structure discussions as well. Then we discussed why there's still lack of funding, especially government lack of funding into these funds and how we can change it. Then we had this recent panel now that discussed how we can close a fiscal space via innovative and sustainable financing mechanisms, and we heard we need the private sector. But before all of that, Rispa made a very good comment. She said, the money in ministries are tackling down, and sometimes it goes into a black hole, and we don't know what the return on investment or value is of the money spent. So this is what my panel will be focusing on. What is the return on investment, but also the impact of alternative investments we can promote in health. So I want to welcome today Julia Spencer, Vice President Global Multilateral Engagement at MSD. I would like to welcome Philippe Bunot, Chief of Business and Finance at PATH. Sandra Zimmermann from a German Economic Institute, Head of International Social Policy at the WIFOR Institute. Sonja Haut, good to see you, Head of Strategic Measurement and Materiality at Novartis. And we have online with us Christian Heller from the Value Balancing Alliance, who will make his remarks virtually. And then finally, we have Saskia Bruskin. Hello, Saskia, who's the co-founder of and CEO of Yunus Social Business. So welcome, everyone. I will keep this short, as we promised to Ali. And I would like to start with this. A few months ago, we have done a report on that we called "If you can't measure it, you can't fix it." We have done this together with WIFOR and a few partners, and we have found out that you need a common set of measurements where you can measure health investments in governments, and that measurements and these metrics will help us for politicians to hold their governments more into account, and it will help us to restructure our investments. So to start with the grand scheme of things, I would like to first, Julia, start with you, if it's okay. Please go ahead with your initial remarks. But I will just drop a first question as well, and then you can transition to that. I would like to ask you if you could highlight us the needs, why we need metrics, and what is the broader sense of metrics in health? Over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Hatice, and thanks to the G20 Health and Development Partnership and WHO for having us all here today. For those of you who don't know MSD, we are a global research-intensive biopharmaceutical company that has been making human and animal medicines and vaccines for about 130 years. But in addition to developing and bringing medicines to the people that ultimately need them, we understand deeply that just making a medicine or a vaccine does not result in access. And so we have been working for many years to, and I'll use your words, Mary, to assess, identify, assess, diagnose, and treat some of the affordability and financing issues that are really barriers to access, along with infrastructure and health system capacity. And so in my career as a policy person at MSD, but also in my career in government, I've seen over and over and over again how important it is to use data and information both to make the case for investment, to utilize that to ensure that investments are actually proceeding, and then to be able to say, are we able to justify that investment by seeing a return on that? And so, just thinking about the role of metrics in decision-making around health investment, they really are incredibly important for clearly articulating priorities. And that is, burden of disease, the impact on communities, the healthcare system, and very, very importantly, and I know you're going to hear about this from others, the societal benefits and the societal costs that are associated with health. And that really helps to ensure that that funds are allocated and aligned with unmet medical needs and societal needs. They also really demonstrate the net positive impact of health investments at that societal and economic level. And there are many ways to do that, and my esteemed panelists will go into the details of that, and I will leave that to your expertise. But I think I'll leave you with just the importance of measuring performance and measuring outcomes to build transparency, and that is public sector transparency, but also when we're looking at blended financing and bringing in private capital and the private sector, ensuring that there's transparency for the partners that are helping to finance health improvement. And this is also fundamental for implementing things like pay for performance models. And so, thinking about not just how do we measure something at the end or how we measure something at the beginning, but throughout the process of improving health and improving financing for health, how do we make sure that we're measuring the right things in the right way and getting the right information to the people who are making decisions so that the best decisions get made?
Thank you, Julia, for the nice overview and setting the big picture here. Very helpful. Saskia, I'm conscious of your time since we overstepped the timing before. Can you tell me, with your new social business, you drive actually real life impact investment in these businesses that we maybe don't know about, and you scale them up. And my first question to you is, why do you think we need these measurements into place, and how do you think can impact investment drive socioeconomic growth for businesses?
Absolutely, Hatice, and thanks very much for the timing, because indeed I'm German as well, and I planned with this to end at like 4:45 to be in a car at 5, so really sorry about that. But thank you very much for having me here. For those of you who don't know social business, and I think it's a majority here because I'm not really a typical healthcare player, I should briefly outline what we do. So I co-founded this company now over a decade ago together with Mohammed Yunus from Bangladesh. Many of you will know him because he won the Peace Nobel Prize for the whole idea of microcredit. But we actually focus on the whole topic of social business. So businesses that are there to solve social or environmental problems, but run as businesses. And I guess also I was asking myself, why am I invited to the H20 conference, where it is really more about, let's say, the global policy around healthcare? What do I have to do with that, especially since we're not even an impact investing fund only focused on healthcare? But I figured that it's probably about the practical examples of how businesses can actually solve healthcare problems, both individual social businesses or entrepreneur-driven businesses, but also global corporations. And I think that's what we've been working in over the last decade. So I was thinking, and I think Francesca from the OECD said it earlier to kind of set a little bit of a framework. The SDG financing gap already before the COVID crisis had been, let's say, in the billions every single year, and we only had ODA in the let's say in the billions, and it was in the trillions. And now it's grown even more significantly. So it's pretty obvious that governmental solutions will not be sufficient, but we actually need the private sector to actually come in. And that's where, for example, social business solutions, but also corporate impact solutions are extremely important. So I was actually thinking maybe I can just give a couple of examples to make it more concrete for all of you. And when we speak about healthcare, we speak a bit more broadly. We speak including water, including healthcare workers, including nutrition. All of these topics that contribute to a better health are also what we would look at in terms of health in the broadest sense. So let me tell you a couple of examples. So we, for example, invested a small amount of money into a water business in East Africa called Impact Water. We've just given them, let's say, $250,000, and this company now, in a financially self-sustainable way, reaches over 13 million people across East Africa with clean drinking water. And obviously, clean drinking water is clearly a strong driver of overall health. So again, just a small investment, and this business model functions in the way that the business sells water cleaning systems to schools. The schools therefore can provide it to their children, and therefore 13 million people have access to this. So super simple business model, profitable, but it functions. A second example, for example, in nutrition, also in East Africa, we have a number of companies, one of them called EADC, that actually focuses on yellow flesh potatoes, highly nutritious food. And it's a double whammy because it, on the one hand, creates higher incomes for smallholder farmers, and on the other hand, it actually provides a very nutritious product to end consumers in East Africa. So another example of like how a business can actually provide health. Another one that we have in India, for example, called Virohan, is a fantastic company that trains health workers. Actually, it's kind of like a vocational training school. So potential health workers can get a student loan from this company. They get the training, and then the government takes them over, and they have a guaranteed job. So again, a beautiful example of a social business that actually can contribute to the health space. We also have health technology companies in our portfolio. So for example, a company in Brazil called Portal Telemedicina, and they bridge the gap between people working in rural areas and them not having access to proper healthcare because doctors don't reach that far, sending that, let's say, pictures of ultrasounds, etc., to doctors that are in the cities and bridging that gap, and thereby again creating a business model. So these are just a couple of examples of entrepreneur-driven social businesses that are in the broader healthcare space. And if we had more of those rather than NGO-based approaches, or in addition to NGO and government-based approaches, I should say, we would be able to use our funding for the healthcare space and let it go a lot further. I also want to point out what's the role of corporations, since we have many here of them in the room. So obviously, I think that impact investing in itself is one method for corporations to actually take what everyone is already talking about in the ESG movement, but actually go much further, go much more beyond, and actually use their core competences, but learning about, let's say, new businesses and investing in new types of businesses that may actually be examples of future business models that they want to create. I mean, a number of companies are already very active in that space. But also the innovative financing space is, I think, something that's very relevant. So a number of years ago, we developed something called the social success node, which is basically a pay for success method. But just thinking out loud, what could that actually mean in the healthcare space and also for corporations? I mean, we know right now, large corporations are still driven, obviously, by the shareholder value maximization approach, because that's how the world works. So we don't have to be naive and say that that's going to change from one day to another. That also means that, of course, they are not always incentivized to reach the bottom of the pyramid, because, you know, that's just not how the world works. So can we find outcome-based approaches that actually allow it to become more profitable for global corporations to also reach the last mile. There are methods there. The social success note is one example how this is possible. And this would allow global corporations to also reach the last mile. So these were just a couple of examples that I wanted to share in saying, let's say, business approaches can really tackle healthcare topics, obviously, and we need more of them. A couple of concrete examples from my end. So thanks very much, Hatice. I'll hand over back to you.
Thank you, Saskia. That was a rich overview of the many great projects you have been doing. Great to hear that. It's refreshing. It's a bit different than the discussions we had before. And I must say one thing that I caught from your conversations is you have shown how we can actually, by supporting social businesses, add to the value chain of health. So we're adding into the general value added into the health economy that creates jobs, education of healthcare workers, and so forth. So we have to look at it more as a linked approach, not rather just in one area, just investing in R&D. We have to see basically the domino effect that it's creating. Maybe with that in mind, I would like to hand over to you, Sandra, because actually you can tell us what the added value of investment is, because you have been doing that for the German government for a number of years, but also how do we measure it? I mean, it's very hard to find the right measurements, right? Especially globally. So can you give us a few examples on that?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Hatice. Thanks for the chance to share some of our research thoughts and research experience, because we at WIFOR fostering a kind of paradigm shift in the healthcare system, and especially from a cost factor to a driver for growth, wealth, innovation, and last but not least, better health. And as you mentioned, Hatice, I think over 12 years ago, we implemented a kind of health satellite account on behalf of and in cooperation with the new Ministry of Economic Affairs and now Climate Action in Germany, and not the health minister, not the finance minister, it's the Minister of Economic Affairs, and also in close contact with the statistical authorities. We developed this to a kind of health economic accounting system and ended in a health economic reporting system. What are we doing there? We also put it on the paper you mentioned. If you can't measure it, you can't fix it, where we provides or introduce a kind of 4-step roadmap to make the value added visible in this sector. First of all, we reframe it new. We had also a broader focus on the healthcare system. We called it health economy, and therefore we have 3 different subsectors within it. It's the healthcare system, it's the industrial health economy, and services and support. And you see it's a kind of cross-section sector, but we can also put some macroeconomic figures on it, like measuring like other sectors in the economy. And regarding to this 4-step roadmap, we provide metrics to measure the health economy as a whole regarding to the cross value added, or more easily spoken, the contribution to the GDP of a country. We also do calculations on the contribution to the labor markets in form of employment numbers and to the trade balances. And the second step, we can go deeper in the health economy and make the same figures for the 3 subsectors I mentioned before, and to break the silos, because they are all interlinked, and you need a strong industrial health economy to get a good and resilient healthcare system, and also you need the service and support. The third step is kind of spillover effects, or the economic footprint of the healthcare system to other sectors of the economy. I bring some examples right on. And the fourth step is we kind of change our perspective from the first 3 were kind of macro level, and then we are going to a kind of micro level or individual level, because we also emphasize to measure the social impact of health investments to the economy. I think Sonia will show us some examples of this. And to give you a better understanding what I'm talking about, we have in the global health economy, we calculated it, and there was a contribution of 6,300 billion US dollars worldwide. It's twice the GDP of France, and nearly 200 million people working within the health care, in the health economy worldwide. It's more or less Canada and labor market of Canada and the US. In Germany, for example, every day there is a contribution to the economy of 1 billion euros. To the spillover effects, let me bring some example from another G20 country, Mexico. Every US dollar you invest directly in the health economy in Mexico brings 80 cents of US dollars within the Mexican economy. And regarding to the labor market, every 10 employees directly in the Mexico health economy secures 6 additional jobs in the broader economy of Mexico. So you see, it's a kind of stabilizing and also a driver for growth, employment, wealth, and in the end of health. So to name it clear, we have this kind of matrix setting. We should or could use it because Julia said we have to measure performance outcomes and we need more transparency. And with these kinds of figures, I think we can make the health economy a little bit more transparent.
Thank you so much. A lot of economic jargon thrown around, but I'm sure Sandra can elaborate it further for you. But what I find fascinating, and that makes me to move over to Philippe as well. You said the health economy creates 200 million jobs worldwide. $1 spent is a return on 80 cents in Mexico, but also in other countries we have the similar numbers. So clearly what we can see when we say health ministries struggle to get money from finance ministries, if we reverse our arguments as health ministries, or the health ministries that are in the room here, actually we could show impact and we can show return on investment and maybe change also the dialogues between ministries into different dynamic. But Philippe, I'm looking here at you because you are working at PATH Global NGO with a lot of low income and low and middle income countries and with different sectors within government, private, also impact investors. What is your view on the whole notion of measuring health investments and the impact that we drive from it?
Thank you. Well, for a long time, we've seen healthcare as a cost, when really it is an investment. We do estimate today that actually poor health is responsible for about 15% of GDP loss. And we're talking about big numbers here. We are talking about 25 million people that are dying prematurely before the age of 65 because of poor health. We are talking about 150 million children suffering from malnutrition. And we know that malnutrition is associated with a massive under 5 deaths, but also it hampers the future of those individuals and of those economies because damage caused by malnutrition is not recuperated over time. At PATH, we do believe that better health moves humanity forward. And for the last 40 years, we've been working at advancing health equity. We currently work in 70 countries, and we're collaborating with governments, with communities, local partners, investors, donors. And our work spans from vaccine development, drug development, down to technical assistance we are providing to country on infectious disease, emergency preparedness, digital health, and non-communicable disease program. Over those years, we've adopted a few very important principles. And the first one is that we need investments to be guided by countries, not by donors, not by investors. I think too often we pay lip service to that concept, but really the countries are the ones that should be in the driver's seat here. Also, investment must be holistic, system-level investment. We need to invest not in just vertical programs as we've done in the past. We need to really embrace system and system resilience. And it was very clear at WHA, actually, country raising up saying, well, you're giving us money to address COVID, when in reality, you need to invest in our system so that our system can cope with current pandemics, but also with any future one. And I think this is really a critical point. And the third principle that we all need to be mindful of is that we are talking about investment, but we can talk about investment in vain when investment is insufficient. And I'll take for that the example of NCDs. NCDs currently kill about 41 million people prematurely every year, 41 million. And 85% of those deaths occur in low and medium countries. Yet, NCD receive only 1.2% of the international aid for health, 1.2% for 41 million people. This is unsustainable, and this has to change. So really, I look forward to having further discussion around this panel and exploring how we can put in place mechanisms to provide more funding, more aligned with country priority and system resilience, and measurement is important, return on investment is important, and I'm happy to talk about that further. But most importantly, we need to trust countries and trust that countries are doing the right thing when it comes to health system strengthening.
Thank you, Philippe, for your valuable input from the groundwork as well. It's good to understand how ministries think and operate and how they want to change systems long term. I know you've been very patient, Christian. I would like to hear from you. You're the person who does the calculations and the accountancy and sees how we can align metrics. So can you tell us a bit about why you think metrics are important, and what are you doing at the Alliance that you think can change the sector perception long term?
So many thanks. Just in a nutshell, the Value Balancing Alliance is a non-for-profit organization. We are bringing together more than 25 international companies and the main auditing firms in the end, with the ambition to change the global accounting systems. Here we are operating closely with other institutions and initiatives like the International Foundation for Value and Impacts, and Ronnie will follow up on this one most probably after our panel, how we are driving this further. I think what we currently see is, yes, we are in a radical transformation, not just of our society, also on businesses in specific. And we are currently turning the overall system, how we are measuring the success of a company, from the shareholder value maxim to something what you could call the stakeholder capitalism aspect, how the World Economic Forum calls it. But you could also say that we are shifting from a risk-return perspective to something what you could call risk-return and impact. That means, as Philippe pointed this out, we are changing the perspective on value creation of companies, or you can say we are adding a further perspective, which is what is the value contribution of a business to society? And this goes far beyond just, let's call it the how, so the production process from businesses. It goes also into the what, how do we bring value via our portfolio? And here you are directly linked to the health business or to the health sector. What is the health contribution? And yes, it's an invest, it's an asset, it's not a cost. And we need to shift in the end this perspective, because as you all see throughout these talks today, we need to work on a system change. And system change means for us also as corporates, we need to rethink how we are doing the accounting in the corporates. So we're used to financial accounting, but we need to add now other capitals like human, social, and environmental capital into our systems. Otherwise, we will not manage the transformation. So why is metrics so important? So you see currently at the global level that there are initiatives where standard setters who are changing the reporting framework. So the what we should disclose as corporates. But even more important, most probably, is the number crunching as the prerequisite for this one. If we are not calculating and coming up with consistent and comparable numbers to report, then we also have an issue. And here we need to talk about the methodologies for accounting. And this is the part we are working on as non-for-profit, together with institutions, what I mentioned, Ronnie can introduce on the foundation. And this is what we really need to get right, also to reflect how in the end we are measuring an asset and how we are managing the cost in the companies. And I'm glad that we have here people in, like from WIFO, like from Vomatis, who are joining us on this journey. And I think what is more important than just coming up with methodologies is really the testing and the piloting in real life. So what the member companies of the Value Balancing Alliance are doing currently, testing in day-to-day business practices and decision-making processes, how a new perspective on value is changing the decision-making processes within the companies. Yeah. But this is just what a few corporates are doing. It's about a system change. So we need to have the politics and regulators here in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christian. I would love to discuss this for a whole day, to be honest, but I'm gutted that we have to be quick on this. But as you're saying, if we can get companies, even in the health space, to drive forward impact investment as part of their portfolios, we come back to what Rispa said, maybe they can automatically help to close some of the health funding gaps in the future, if you translate it a step further. Sonia, I'm aware you have 2 more minutes for your intervention, but we have Sir Ronald Cohen on the line, and he's the guru on impact investment. I would like to allow a fireside chat with him after Sonia's intervention, and then I will do a final round with the panelists on your key takeaways as well, and our global ambassador, Jamie, can wrap it up. So, Sonia, over to you.
Thank you, Hatice, for your kind words of introduction. It's great to be here, a true honor, actually. At Novartis, we're reimagining medicines to improve and extend people's lives. And a key thing on this one was to issue a sustainability-linked bond in September 2020, over 1.85 billion euros, with an access target to be achieved by 2025. And the way it works is that we will be paying higher interest rates should we fail to reach those patients in need. And I think what really pertains to discussion today is that our investors want us to be successful. Isn't that interesting? My role at Novartis is to measure and to value the company's business activities on society and the environment. And we started with our social, environmental, and economic impact valuation 7 years ago with 2 country pilots in Kenya and in China to simultaneously test how this would work out in a full-fledged business situation, but also in an area where we have more often philanthropic engagement. And now, in the meantime, we've concluded this to cover the entire company. The original starting point was to actually direct our own decisions and lead to have better disclosures, more transparency on our activities and on our impact. But a key element is really the engagement factor, and metrics are the key enabler for economic actors to come together around impact. So if governments, investors, and companies use the same type of metrics, then we can address the insurmountable challenges ahead of us successfully. And already supporting Hatice in her transition to Ronnie's speech is a key way of looking at this were the social impact bonds. But before I get there, let me quickly interject that impact is really not just about measuring the efforts and the costs that have flown into something, but and also not even looking at the outputs, but really on what changes for the many stakeholders that are touched. So really holding ourselves collectively accountable for the change that has occurred for the better or the worse, so that we can learn collectively and move forward. On the social impact bonds, they started off bringing together investors, company, public sector, and a small scale issues in the UK. In the meantime, they're globally available and are quite active in health as well. Riffert's research has been on social impact bonds around non-communicable diseases. So there's a wealth to learn from already and to scale this further. To me, a key takeaway on those impact bonds is that health is to be looked at as an investment, as we said repeatedly today, and we have the means to actually doing so. I mean, with the help of the Y4 Institute, we've articulated our social impact of medicines, which is then the other side of the equation of a social return on investment. So only by consistently measuring impacts will we ever understand the effectiveness of our health systems. only by measuring consistently impacts we will ever go direction closing the SDG funding gap.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you for that final message. So, Sir Ronald Cohen, I hand you over to our distinguished moderator. Is it possible? Can we all align private and public sector to drive impact? You have written a book about it, so over to you.
That's wonderful indeed. Thank you, Hatice, for being so flexible, because obviously we did not want to lose Sir Ronald Cohen, the chairman of the Global Steering Group for Impact Investment and the author of Reshaping Capitalism to Drive Real Change. He only has a very short time window for us, and you want to make use of it. Sir Ronald, let's start right away. As a key thought leader in the space of impact investments, what trends have you observed during the pandemic, and what lessons did you draw from them for the future of impact investing in the health space?
Thank you very much, and it's wonderful to join you all to talk about this very important issue of health in the world. I saw two major trends which were actually accelerated by the pandemic. One was the trend to transparency, which Christian and Sonia referred to, on the impacts created by companies. And the second is the use of impact measurement in sustainability-linked bonds and loans, which have now reached the huge sum of $1.5 trillion. So if I can deal with the first, Christian and Sonia have very accurately reflected my own views. What I would like to add to what they're saying is that we live at a time when there's a massive change of values, which has affected the consumers' preferences and talents' preferences, but also investors' preferences. And so as young consumers started not to purchase the products of companies that are creating harm, environmental or social harm, and investors began to realize the implications for the profitability of their own investments, we've seen $40 trillion of environmental, social, and governance money, which has the intention to deliver impact as well as profit. And we have seen $2.5 trillion so far of impact investment, which has the same intention as ESG, but rigorously measures the impact created. And what the transparency is going to bring is rigorous measurement to the 40 trillion of ESG. And you can already see regulators, the SEC, the EU, the ISSB, the standard setter for impact, which has been set up by the organization responsible for all financial accounting across the world, apart from the US. You can already see those regulators and standard setters pushing in the area to the destination of mandatory impact transparency by companies. And so I expect that within the next 3 to 5 years, some countries are going to impose the publication of impact statements that show the revenues, costs, and different impacts created by companies, 4 categories of impact: through their operations on the environment, through their employment practices on people, through their products and their supply chains on people and the environment. And an effort which I am privileged to lead at Harvard Business School, the Impact Weighted Accounts Initiative, has published thousands of companies' impacts in monetary terms. And so when we come to think in terms of health, you can compare the products of General Mills from a health point of view and say that their products create $2 billion of positive impact a year because they're selling fiber, basically. But if you compare it with a company like Danone, which is selling very significant sugar content in its products, there's an $8 billion negative health impact. So the transparency which is coming to companies is going to begin to change their behavior in the direction of healthier products. At the same time, the notion of impact is converging with leaps in technology. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented reality, the genome and powerful computing, ever more powerful computing coming together are transforming our ability to deliver impact globally in ways that humanity could never previously contemplate. So we are beginning to see revolutions occurring in telemedicine, in teleeducation, in electric vehicles that avoid carbon emissions, in fintech. And basically, as a venture capitalist, I can tell you, these leaps in technology are going to be as significant as the introduction of the microchip was 4 or 5 decades ago. The changes we have seen over the last 40 years are going to be replicated at even greater scale in the years ahead. And so the change in values, the leaps in technology with the sorts of technologies I've referred to, and this increased transparency are going to begin to shift companies to deliver both profit and impact at the same time. Already today, we can see in financial markets a correlation between higher levels of pollution and lower stock market valuations relative to competitors. And those of you who are interested in that can go to the IWAI, Impact Weighted Accounts Initiative, at Harvard Business School. So that's a major trend. The other major trend is bringing the achievement of impact to the bond market and the bank lending market. And Sonia hasn't referred to it, but Novartis was the leader, actually, in issuing a bond where the rate of interest that Novartis has to pay falls if Novartis's drugs reach more vulnerable populations as a percentage of total sales. And we see other pharmaceutical companies like Teva in Israel, which recently raised $5 billion following suit. And we see the same thing happening in the area of utilities, where Enel, the Italian electricity provider, has raised nearly $20 billion of sustainability-linked bonds so far. Now, what's interesting about this is just how fast capital is flowing to achieve measurable impact. And I think for all of us who are concerned about health in the world, there's an opportunity now to harness massively greater capital flows than we could previously harness. So I started out in the venture capital business at the age of 26, when entrepreneurship and tech were just beginning to become visible. I felt it was going to be huge, that entrepreneurship and venture capital and technology coming together were really going to change the world. I have exactly the same feeling now about the impact revolution that is already underway. And there are ways for organizations around this table to tap into the increased resources and technology that are becoming available to achieve their aims of improving the world's health. Thank you. I'm sorry that I have limited time. I would have liked to answer questions, but unfortunately, this is all I could squeeze in.
Taking the time out of your busy schedule. We very much appreciate your participation and your input. Thank you so much. Sir Ronald Cohen, this is your applause. Thank you so much. And Hatice, now it's on to you for your final round.
All right. Thank you for the patience of my panelists. Yeah, as Sir Ronald Cohen said, leaps in technology, transparency will lead profit and impact in the future. So I think we should all have that motivation and passion to change capital markets and also the health sector within that in the future. I would like to now ask you as a final remark, and please stick to 1 minute, not longer, because we have the next panel speaking about ESG investments in the health sector that will be led by Dame Angela Eagle. So can you tell me, maybe let's start the round here. What is this one recommendation you would recommend to G20, G7 leaders that they should look into in the next few months ahead in the space of impact investing and measurement and metrics?
So maybe I'll break your rules just a little bit. It's a two-part recommendation, one at the individual country level and one at the G20 level. I think individually, G20 governments need to look at their rules of measurement. There are many complex rules that in a lot of ways act as barriers to the kind of health metric implementation that we've been talking about today to really show that economic, labor force, societal value. And those policies have to evolve in order for that kind of health metrics vision to be realized. And then I think at the collective level, we even heard this recommendation from the floor earlier that together as a group, G20 can create a platform for sharing information, for being able to learn from each other and create a community of practice really around innovation in health sector financing, both traditional financing as well as innovative financing. And a first step in that could be really just doing a landscape of what the policy environment looks like across G20, as well as understanding how measurement gets done across G20, and then to be able to use that as a basis and a foundation from which to work. And this is going to take the work of finance and health ministers, so their work is not done.
Thank you. Perfect. Over to you, Sonia.
Thank you, Hatice. Well, mine will be very straightforward for the G20 to go for impact, very simply put. So this would be adopting the G20 Global Health and Development Partnerships recommendation of last year around impact metrics to mandate impact disclosure as such and actually look at health as an investment.
Point is taken, Alan. I look at you. We have to work on that one. Over to you, Sandra, Saskia, Philippe, and then Christian.
Yeah, I will also highly recommend that the G20 leaders implement the 4-step framework we proposed in our paper. If you can't measure it, you can't fix it. Not only to make the economic impact and the power of the health economy visible, but also to have an evidence-based and comparable basis for decision-making, because better health leads also to better wealth.
Thank you.
And I'll also be very short. I second Sonia's proposal. I fully agree with that. And then additionally make capital available for businesses to be able to invest more in health. So the innovative finance side and the recommendation of implementing impact metrics, those are the two I would second as well.
Well, as past, we actually urge G20 leaders to invest in comprehensive resilient health system and to develop the metrics that go with it. I would like to leave you all with a great example of collaboration between Ministries of Health and Ministry of Finance. We've heard a lot about that earlier today. The Islamic Development Bank, together with the Gates Foundation, started an initiative called Livelihood Fund. This initiative actually funds specific intervention And we are partners together with the government of Senegal and the Islamic Development Bank on malaria elimination in the north of Senegal across 16 districts. This is a blend of a loan and a grant provided to the government of Senegal via Ministry of Finance that then channels the funding to Ministry of Health. And the government of Senegal will reimburse this upon malaria elimination in those 16 districts. I think there's a lot we can learn from those models.
Thank you, Philippe. And Christian.
Yes, so the first recommendation would be that the G20 should build on the G7 Impact Task Force recommendations and to execute them. And the second one is really changing the narrative when we're talking about ESG. It's too much a compliance reporting issue. Change this narrative to it's investing in the transformation for a better world.
Thank you, Christian. So with that, I think one thing is clear is we have a valuable group here, and we would like to invite you as part of the G20 partnership to look closer into how we can improve impact measurements in the health sector. And I think this is something we can definitely submit to the G20 in another report. And I would like to reach out to you after this summit if possible. Our global ambassador, Jamie Nishi, has the pleasure now for only 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Jamie, but you're good at that, to summarize the key takeaways, and then over to Angela Eagle with the ESG panel.
Perfect. Thanks, Hatice. Sorry, I couldn't be there in person today. You know, coming into this panel, I was thinking from the Global Health Technologies Coalition about the problem set. There was a Lancet commission on investing in health that actually came out in 2015. So before COVID, noting that even at that time, with current global health technologies widely scaled, many SDGs for health could not be achieved by 2030. Now we all know what the impact is, or we can imagine what the impact of COVID is on top of that and some of the other health crises we're enduring today. How do we think about that problem set and the solution set, and where do we go, and how did this panel help to connect the dots? Rispa said it in the last panel from AMREF, Philippe said it in this panel, but health has to be shifted from being seen as an expense to an investment. And I think our speakers, coming from different backgrounds today, really articulated a vision for what success would look like, or what is the recipe of that future that Sir Ronald was talking about. First, you know, Julia talking about the identification and the data to look at the health gaps. Saskia highlighting the social impact gaps. Sandra talking about demonstrating then, okay, we know what the gaps are, what are the investment needs, but what is the return on investment that's needed to really make the justification and to elevate this beyond a health conversation. Sonia talking about that engagement factor. Gosh, that's so important for breaking out of the silos of the health community and the finance community, and thinking about how can we get the world, a broader group of stakeholders talking about the same types of metrics. We add to that what Philippe said, which really underpins all of this, that we need to have country priorities articulated and elevated. We need a multi-sector approach to solving these challenges, and we need a holistic investment. We've got to break out of the silos if we're going to look at success here. And then finally, I think, Christian, you were really interesting in talking about how we need to change the paradigm, measuring risk, measuring return, and impact. You talked about accounting, but what I heard was accountability. I think your organization plays a really important role, not just in tracking the accounting, but also making sure that all of these stakeholders are accountable in terms of what you're measuring. And then I think the solution, so that's the recipe. If we put you all together as a microcosm of what needs to happen globally, the solution is that vision Sir Ronald was so nicely articulating in his brief time with us. Thinking about values. How do we look at the change in values, the change in investor values, the leaps in technology that are needed, how increased transparency underpins all of this. That's how we deliver that social impact and change that we all hope to see. Hatice, I'll stop there and back to you. I know you're short on time.
As always, amazing, great wrap up. I think you covered it all. Thank you so much, Jamie. I would like to thank all the panelists, and I hope we continue these discussions. And over to you, Ali. I hope I wasn't too German, but almost there.
No, I tell you what, you did marvelous. You did wonderful. As a matter of fact, you almost brought us back again on schedule. So much respect to you. Wonderfully and masterfully crafted and led this panel. That should give Dame Angela Eagle, and now the chance, the member of the House of Commons, of course, in the UK, a friend of the G20 Health Partnership, a chance to finish on time. I think we have now 45, 50 minutes for the last panel of the day. And with that, Angela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I've chaired Labour Party conference, and so I will do my best working with you to get us to the end at a suitable time. I think we've now got down to the real nitty-gritty of what we're here to try to think about today, the nitty-gritty, making it happen, and that's how we make the measurement of health outcomes transparent and integrate it into the everyday measurements that we're used to having in our economy. And really what we're doing, and I think what Sir Ronald was talking about in his contribution, was we're at that stage where we are finally internalizing the externalities of our old economic system to try to forge a more holistic system, which actually gives us the chance to produce environmentally and socially sustainable economies which are properly measured. And that is what we're doing. And how can we integrate health by integrating health measurement matrices into that, so that it's included as a matter of course in the impact assessments that Sir Ronald was talking about. They're even now, as we're sat in this room, sweeping the world. So we need to get a hook into that so that we can do that. Now, Hatice has, with great self-sacrifice, said that given the time constraints, she's not going to speak to us today. So I'm going to start off with Sean Kidney, CEO of the Climate Bond Initiative. You're virtual, Sean, are you not? He's in Australia.
I am indeed.
Probably the middle of the night. Over to you, Sean.
Hi, everyone. I'm actually in the glorious country of New Zealand now, briefly.
Oh, right.
Where the concept of green finance, of course, is as alive as it is in bigger economies like the United Kingdom, Europe, China, which is the world's second largest green bond economy at the moment, and the US and Japan. And that's the story I want to talk about. We've seen over the last 14 or so years the growth of a thematic bond industry, which is the area I work in around fixed income, which has got spillover to equity and other sorts of investments. This is a market that's grown from $3 billion US outstanding when we started to now $3 trillion outstanding as of where we are now. It's the fastest growing asset class on the planet. Let me tell you a little bit about what's involved in it and then draw some links to the health sector. I don't want to leave you with the idea that addressing the potential to shift capital to the right kinds of health sector investments is a separate task. I actually want to leave you with the idea that it's an integrated task, that it's the extension of the work we're doing now, that we can build on the work that's already been done so far to include health, and then, of course, more rapidly bring in investments in the health sector into this already booming market. Let me explain why. First, the context. We managed to grow this market with two developments. The first is a growing appreciation, and thanks to a lot of hard work by a lot of activists and organizations in the investor world, the NGO world, around the material risk to portfolios of climate change. Very important to understand that. Without an adequate understanding of the nature of material risk we face, there will be no movement. And of course, in the health sector, boy, have we got material risk. And we've seen that notably in the pandemic in the last couple of years, which I'll come back to. The second thing we've done, which is the secret of success, has been to say, we want to address this material risk as a bonus feature to instruments that otherwise have the same risk yield characteristics as other instruments. Let me explain to you why. For most investors, they are looking at modern portfolio management theory that has about a 5-year horizon typically. So they're looking for things that are going to work in an investment management horizon. It's quite short term. And yet they are matching or trying to address long-term assets and liabilities matching problems, like 30 years and 40 years on the liability side. With the reinsurance investors of the world, for example, they've been worried about climate change since 1992, when an Englishman, Jeremy Leggett from Greenpeace, started knocking on the doors to explain to them the forward risk that actuaries get climate change. We had Swiss Re and Munich Re talking at global conferences in 1996 about the risks to their portfolios, but their asset management side didn't change because their methodologies were short term. It wasn't until we presented to them a very simple idea. We've got a choice here between two investment products. They've got the same risk yield as each other. They walk and talk and smell exactly the same as each other. One is an ordinary, a vanilla, as it's called in the industry, bond. The other one is an ordinary vanilla bond with a special feature, that the proceeds of that bond go towards addressing the long-term risks that the actuaries in the back room have been complaining about for a few years. And that's climate risk. And that's a green bond. And this is essentially, if you're investing in solar and so on, again, similar risk yield. At that point, it became so easy. At that point, investors started saying, oh, yes, you mean it meets both my issues. It meets my short-term portfolio management strategies and also addresses a long-term risk. I'm in. And now we have, and since then, I have to say, for the last 12 years, we have at extraordinary levels of investor appetite as this message gets out. It's a simple idea. On the back of that investor appetite, because it leads to issues, we can do a few very fiscally efficient things to increase the capital flows. We can, for example, bring in little efficient measures by governments. That might be something like the Chinese central bank has done, to offer discount capital at the liquidity lending window of the central bank if you post green bonds as collateral if you're a bank. This has been a very powerful incentive in China. Or it might simply be the European Central Bank announcing asset purchasing programs which incorporate a green factor. Many central banks have done this around the world. It might be other kinds of measures. The Hungarian Central Bank has a risk weighting differential for capital ratio requirements and for banks, which means they get a higher leverage factor. You can get the idea. To make this work in the long run, we've had to just develop clear rule sets about what qualifies as an investment to mitigate that risk. To be able to bring the health sector into this, we need to be thinking about clear rule sets about what are the right kinds of investments. Now, I'm going to say that for the health sector, like every substantive sector on the planet, the biggest risk we face is climate. I'm not talking about gently rising sea levels. I'm talking about the impacts of climate change that the IPCC Health Committee has been talking to us about for 30 years. It's the risk or the likelihood, frankly, of pandemics, more pandemics. It's the risk of severe volatility from health incidents like the heat incidents we've been feeling around the world. It's the risk of war, famine, which are the two main impacts of climate change that we would experience in the 21st century. All of these things force us to understand that we have to make our societies much more resilient in the face of the volatility about to whack us sideways during the 21st century. How do we mitigate the risks involved in a world that's becoming more prey to volatility? Well, one of the key areas we do is strengthen our health sector. We learned from the pandemic, access to all is a critical feature of ensuring that people can survive pandemics. Take the US janitors and security guards continuing to work in the context of not having access to health. We sort of understand these issues now. We need to understand that in the climate area, the green area, the resilience of our social, economic, ecosystem for that matter, systems, is material to mitigating the risk to portfolios going ahead. And for that, we're starting work on a journey with UN Disaster Relief and a few other organizations on taxonomies around climate resilience. That includes health. So my suggestion to you, everyone at this conference, is that this isn't a separate job, that we shouldn't be looking at this as an entirely separate issue. We need to understand that a proper functioning health system that effective responses to the kinds of volatility and crisis we're having in relation to the health sector is material, is central, is part of the steps, the job we need to do to address the climate freight train that's coming down the track at us. It's plus having its own intrinsic values. And of course, that means rule sets about what kind of preventative measures are necessary, rule sets about the efficacy of responses to crises. And through that, we can quickly grow, in my view, a preferential market, and one that can then be supported by government's incentives of investments going to, well, let's think of it as the right place, the place that will help our societies survive. Folks, I think there's a grand pact to be made here between capital, between the health sector, between government, who will need to do enabling things to make all of this happen, and those of us who are terribly conscious that the time to act is beginning to run out.
Thank you very much, Sean, for that was music to our ears, I think. And we're certainly going to wish you good luck developing your taxonomy as quickly as possible so that we can get this integration going. Matthew Argawala from the Bennett Institute for Public Policy in Cambridge, are you on the line to give us some of your views on this particularly important subject of how we really integrate environmental, social governance with health?
Yes, I am. I'm here. I'm grateful to the G20 Health and Development Partnership and to yourself and my fellow panelists for being here. I only wish I could be there with you in the room. The economic model that brought about income growth, increased literacy rates, increased food security, the empowerment of women and girls, access to education, and yes, improved life expectancy in all parts of the world in the 20th century is bearing different gifts now, today, in the 21st century. That economic model is delivering us today a climate crisis, a biodiversity crisis, an air quality crisis. In many parts of the world, a water quality and water availability crisis. And absolutely a health crisis on many dimensions, be they pandemics, be they nutritional insecurity, or be they obesity. We need a new economic model. And the way that I like to describe the new economic model is to imagine you are running a bakery. The size of the pie that we can produce in the future depends on the stock of ingredients in our pantry. And if we run out of ingredients, then tomorrow's pie is necessarily smaller. It turns out that the economy operates in precisely the same way. But the core ingredients of economic prosperity are not milk and flour and sugar, but rather they are capital assets, they are wealth, they are our inclusive wealth. This means nature, natural capital, a healthy, stable climate, and rich and plentiful ecosystems. It means infrastructure that meets our net zero targets. It means the health and the skills of the population, our human capital. It means the degree of social cohesion that we have and the trust and quality that we have in our institutions and in our businesses. Combined, these assets, nature, health, social capital, infrastructure, and the quality of our institutions determine what is possible in the economy. So how does this relate to ESG and to green bonds? The exam question that I was set for this was, what can we learn from the ESG world for health? And I will make 3 points. The first is that largely what we can learn from ESG is what not to do. Health is very important. ESG and green bonds, although I do believe that they have greater credibility and greater success, both have largely failed so far to live up to their potential. The second point is that the major successes that we have experienced in the ESG domain largely predate the ESG buzzword. I'm talking about the rapid reduction in the cost of renewables. I'm talking about the investments that were required to deliver the revolution in electric vehicles. I'm talking about the Montreal Protocol for chlorofluorocarbons, and I am talking about the reduction in very harmful pesticides. All of these were driven by government leadership and civil society action, not ESG. My third point is that markets are incredibly powerful tools. There is absolutely no chance that governments can or will lead the transition on environment, social, governance, or health without the help of private finance. Our budgets cannot do it. Whilst at the same time, markets and ESG metrics will not and cannot do the government's job for them. If we are going to incorporate health into the ESG domain, if we are going to develop large-scale health bonds on the scale that we have with green bonds, it is still going to require bold, rigorous government action to regulate and ensure that we can verify the health impact credentials in the same way that we have to verify the environmental credentials of green bonds and ESG. Those are my 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's good to bring us back down to earth about the crucial importance of government and political will, be it generated in civil society or through governments in this task that lies ahead. Want to now bring in Vanessa Hang, who's the General Partner at BVCF Management, a member of the World Health Organization Economic Council for Health for All. So Vanessa, are you online? I can see you down there. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate the chance to discuss, I think, a little bit on the ground view. My day job, as you just mentioned, is healthcare VC. And also my previous job was healthcare investment banker. So to the extent that I am healthcare by trade, I would say I also work with a lot of companies that actually need to use the ESG metrics that is now, all over the world in terms of reporting requirement. So I think from that perspective, I understand and appreciate the work that has been in the, say, for example, EU taxonomy. And with that, actually, I think we should, from the healthcare side, learn a lot from the process of putting the taxonomy together and the process of applying and the process of actually making it happen into day-to-day in terms of investment decision, as well as government, as well as corporate and private in terms of how to fund each project. So from my perspective, I think the view is there's no shortage of healthcare investors. There's no shortage of investors that are generalists but want to invest in healthcare. And then how do we actually crowd in the investment? So at least from the vantage point of people running around on the ground, what it lacks is, I think we lack a rallying call for healthcare, right? And what do I mean by that? Healthcare, I think, or health is defined very differently by different people, right? Some people think that we say health for all, right? But what is health for all? Does it mean you live 100-year-old, or do you live 65 years without disease, or does everybody get health insurance? So most people can't pinpoint one thing, right? So to learn from the climate experience, they have 1.5 degree, right? So the rallying call for climate initiative is 1.5 degree. What is the rallying call for healthcare? I think nobody can really say one thing, right? So this is something, I think, if we have a global panel, say, for example, of healthcare experts that can sit down and have a set of common healthcare goals. Global is the keyword, meaning it should take into account of macro as well as national level nuances so that it can reflect appropriately of regional differences in terms of health and how they manage health. So if we have a set of common healthcare goals, then we can learn from the learn from the climate initiative, come up with a set of technical screening criteria, which I think is something that is impactful and measurable in a straightforward manner, which is key, as all of you know, to consistently and continuing reporting when you talk about any ESG framework or any sustainability framework. So with that said, if we have that, taxonomy, as many of you mentioned before, will be the key in the sense of we need a health taxonomy. And I think the lack of a common language across health has limited a lot of investors on how to look at health as part of ESG, or not even as part of ESG. Or nowadays, is ESG taking other investment away just because there is a more systematic way of looking at ESG investment now that EU taxonomy has gone into reporting requirement. So from that perspective, I think is from someone on the ground is something that we think is important to have a health taxonomy so that you can have a consistent way of looking at health. And obviously somebody, ideally the WHO as a leading effort, can set up a common set of goals for health targets, right? In the sense of that, how do we look at health? I think that's the most important thing from a practical standpoint. So, and I look forward to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Vanessa, thank you very much. And last but by no means least, Bernard de Longueville, Global Head of Sustainable Finance, S&P Global Ratings. And of course, ratings are an important part of measurement and transparency. Bernard.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much for inviting me to this distinguished panel. And just as an introduction, yes, as part of my responsibility, I'm both in charge of ensuring that in our credit rating activities, we increase the awareness and the assessment of environmental, social, governance risk, including health. But also we are developing a suite of more sustainable impact measurement type of rating activities that I'm also in charge of. Now, coming back to this panel, and as part of my introduction, there are 3 points that I would like to mention. First, and Sean mentioned it, is my first point, is that from a social debt market perspective, and I would include health in this, the pandemic has been really a turning point. COVID response drove really a surge in social debt issuance, which increased tenfold from 2019 to 2021. Since then, it's been going down, really reflecting the tapering of the, let's say, pandemic-related investment and also the shed of the market. But the pandemic really provided a really exceptional use case for the role of sustainable debt in helping finance the response and recovery to the pandemic in promoting positive health impacts. My second point, and I think this was mentioned in the previous panel, is that more broadly, the pandemic served to move the conversation around health as an ESG topic, and an ESG acronym, which is not fashionable anymore, but still, what is important is the underlying reality. So it helped move a conversation from one that was principally related to health, focused on compliance, workplace safety, injury rates, consumer safety, product recalls, etc., to one that looks at health more holistically, proactively, and examines the broader risks and opportunities related to stakeholder health and impacts on people, communities, and businesses, and the overall society and economy. For example, now there is much more focus on employee mental health, burnouts, overall worker well-being, and how these factors impact worker retention, turnover, productivity. There is also a focus on health impacts up and down the value chain, how health incidents upstream can disrupt your supply chain, your business continuity, and just overall, how even seemingly localized health issues, as we experience, can have more global implication. Somehow the pandemic really acted as a wake-up call, increasing awareness that we live in a common house. And again, few would have imagined the magnitude of the lockdown. And if you take credit ratings, this was at the origin a health issue. For more than a year, health-related issues were the primary driver of negative credit rating actions globally. So something which became really global. My third point is that this recent positive momentum in the social bond issuance, and this, which was really quite impressive, should not hide the fact, and that's really the topic of our panel today, that the social debt market, despite the presence of a number of voluntary standards, disclosure, social principles, which are helping in providing consistency, this market is still today even less mature than the green bond market in terms of clarity, comparability, consistency, and relevance of the information, data, KPIs, which are provided to investors by issuers. And this market is still vulnerable to confusion and accusation of social washing. And so really the social bond market needs to improve its practices if it really wants to expand its scope and volumes in a sustainable way.
And thank you very much, Bernard. And clearly, in order to assess and measure, we need transparency that everybody accepts and rigor that everybody accepts. Are there any questions around the room for our panel? Alan. And please show, just before Alan, please show if you've got a question that you wish to ask. Alan.
Just two questions, really. I was very interested in what Sean had to say, because we, with my professional hat on, as opposed to the not-for-profit work that we're doing with the partnership, we represent a big chunk of the financial services sector. And one of the things that we're finding, as Sean has said, is there's a big expansion for bonds related to climate change. And a large part of that, of course, is climate change disclosure, and it's become part of the narrative now for businesses, and so people are prepared to invest in it. But as we tried to discuss this morning with the World Bank, there's such a strong connection now between climate change and many diseases. I mean, the zoonotic diseases, for example, with great urbanization and climate change. I just wonder, Sean, do you think it's possible, with your expertise, to develop a proper hybrid bond, which doesn't just have health as an afterthought, but deals with climate change and health, which could be offered to the market? And the second thing is to Bernard. Bernard, one of the things that we're talking to the European Commission about at the moment is the European semester process. And we're also talking to the IMF about the Article 4 procedure. And it seems to me that where countries are not responding to strengthen their pandemic preparedness and response, or where countries are responding to pandemic preparedness and response, there should be a negative impact when you rate their sovereign bonds, and there could well be a positive benefit if countries are prepared to invest in pandemic preparedness or in tackling AMR or something like that, which has visibility and is actually going to prevent a future pandemic.
Sean, do you want to come in first, and then I'll bring in Bernard?
So, comment on hybrid instruments. I'm going to frame it this way. The way to get capital moving is to tap existing structures of capital with an understanding of how they can then be directed towards addressing risk. Let's keep this concept of addressing risk focused in our mind. In November last year, the Australian government published a net zero plan at Glasgow, where I was speaking of Matthew Agarwala at the time. On the last day of that conference, they published a rationale. The Treasury in Australia published. This is a climate change skeptic government, by the way. And the Treasurer started talking about this rationale in his public speeches at the time, which is the global capital markets, the mainstream, the vanilla markets, the ordinary bond, not the special structures, were shifting towards preferencing green investments that were seen as low risk. And they argued that unless Australia adopted a net zero plan, let's just think about this as a sensible plan for running an economy on evidence base. Let's think about those terms, because that's a bridge to health. Then Australia would lose access to preferential capital markets, and its sovereign borrowing costs, Matthew, this is the conversation we're having in Glasgow, would increase by 100 to 300 basis points. This is the Australian government Treasury, and the Treasury is saying this. Dead right. What investors are looking at are rule sets of bonds for standard bonds. No clever structures here, please. Keep it simple, because they're pension funds here we're talking about. They need something simple. But where the proceeds go, in that manner I mentioned earlier, towards addressing a material risk to the operation of those societies in the context of the changes hitting us and being to hit portfolios. And we can find numerous examples. That will require then work not so much on the structuring of the instrument, but taking over the mainstream instruments, using a different rule set behind it. So picking up Vanessa's comments, yes, we've been one of the architects of taxonomies in Europe and in China and in now about 20 other countries around the world, which are science-based, useful terminology when we're bringing in health here, which will look at underlying rule sets for, well, let's say actions by governments or actions by corporates or potentially dedicated health sectors, all under the same rubric of addressing the urgency of resilience in our societies. This is really the SDGs, folks. It's not a new frontier, but it's making it more granular because the SDGs, health access for all, are very general approaches. It needs us to tease out, and I invite the G20 Health Project and the World Health Organization to talk further about this because it's critically important. The central health bodies around the world are now involved in this process. It requires us to tease out what's involved in health investments of the greatest efficacy. We know, you all know, that in the OECD, we only spend 3% of our health budget on preventative measures. And yet, if we look at the things that have impacted on mortality over the last 150 years, it's preventative measures by a country mile. That suggests a big emphasis on things like vaccinations. But also, we need to draw the links here between water supply. The relationship between health outcomes in emerging markets and the delivery of quality water supply is absolutely central. This is, of course, way more important than curative in terms of its efficacy, although we need curative for other, you get the conversation. You know, this is not a new conversation, but it is new in one sense, that we can link this to capital understanding the nature of risk issues facing the sustainability of their portfolios, and through that, a growth of preferential instruments. Let's just think about it as reduced cost for the right kind of health sector investments or governments acting in the right kind of way in relation to the health sector. And that becomes, you know, in capital markets, you only need a small differential in pricing to see capital flow at large volume. Here, we can engineer that. We have already engineered it in the green space, which is why it's the fastest growing asset class on the planet. I'm saying we don't need to reinvent. We expand the understanding of what are climate investments now into, we all know, a central part of the response to climate, which is a health system that's fit for all, that's fit for the future. That's how we make it work. So hybrid in terms of rule sets, but not hybrid in terms of instruments. I want sovereign green bonds that have the right kind of health investments and are pushed away from the wrong kind of health investments for a rule set that's properly developed with the health expertise we have available at our fingertips in proper consultation with our international health initiatives. That's climate resilience, folks.
Great. And Bernard, I'm going to bring you in, then I'm going to bring Matthew in because he's indicated that he wants to comment. So Bernard first and then Matthew.
Yeah, briefly. Yes, clearly, if we look at if we look at the way we rate sovereign in our methodology, clearly beyond, there is one element which is important, is the capacity of policymakers to address, mitigate crisis situation to foster, help secure long-term growth. And traditionally, we would look at economic crisis, financial crisis, and what are the policy toolkits, instruments which allow to mitigate, address this situation, to continue to allow the country economy to continue to grow and address this type of crisis or shocks, external shocks. Clearly, the pandemics, and one could say, I'm sure that Sean would mention, and we had a number of experience, issues related to climate change, are external shocks which come from the environment and which can have major impacts on economies and conversely, as a consequence, or on our sovereign credit ratings, because they would impact the solvency of countries. So yes, clearly, as part of our agenda and discussions, these topics are are increasingly relevant because we can see that they had an impact and we can expect that they could potentially in the future have again an impact. So the question of preparedness to these type of elements. To mention physical risk, but also clearly the pandemics are topics of discussions. Yeah.
Matthew, I think that is a yes. Matthew, you wanted to come in.
Yes, I did. I wanted to pick up on my friend Sean's point that we want green sovereign bonds with the right sorts of health metrics and health impacts alongside. I think he's absolutely right. I think that bonds are the low-hanging fruit here for moving capital to support global health goals. I think health is too important to let it go the way of ESG. ESG has not delivered the successes and the increased capacity that we were hoping. We now face crises in every domain of ESG. This has been a summer like no other, with droughts, and my heart goes out to anybody with family or friends in Pakistan today. On the social side, we are seeing a massive cost of living crisis, where even people such as myself are having to think about, well, how are we going to heat the house this year? And on the G side, I don't think it's very clear that the ESG revolution over the past 10 years has placed us in a better position to respond to things like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, or unrest in Hong Kong, or China's relationship with Taiwan, or the rise of populism that we have seen, and social disaffection and polarization that we have seen across the world. ESG hasn't delivered this. I think that green bonds are marginally more successful, more credible, and we need to ensure that health finance goes that direction instead. If there are two lessons that you could learn from our mistakes as the environmental group on environmental metrics, and I say this knowing I'm speaking at the T20 on Monday in Bali on economic measurement and for finance. Don't fall into this assumption that if we build it, they will come. It would be great to have a taxonomy. It would be great to have the right metrics. It will be useless if we don't also have the governance and the leadership that by hook or by crook gets people using them. And finally, if we are in, Sean is right to remind us we have to be thinking about risk and how we manage risk. And this is where the credit ratings agencies have not done their job with respect to climate or biodiversity. And it is my team, in fact, at Cambridge that produced the world's first climate smart sovereign rating and the world's first biodiversity smart sovereign rating. They have been looking backwards at past data. If we wait until health constrains GDP and economic output, and after that start to downgrade sovereigns, it's too late. A risk measure that can only tell me after the fact that, well, heck, that was risky, that's useless to me. We need risk measures that are forward-looking. The difference between a backwards and forward-looking assessment of risk is like the difference between getting a diagnosis from your doctor beforehand or waiting for the autopsy report afterwards. And the ratings agencies have not pushed this enough.
And do you want to give us a quick view, Matthew, while you're on, of how that might look, a forward look? And clearly, obviously, trying to get all governments involved in doing things that we want them to do all at the same time is kind of holy grail. So you're right to say that none of this, the green bonds and the flowing of that capital into that kind of area didn't deal with a lot of the issues you talked about. But how can we? We have to nudge where we can. Given that we can't get all governments, especially in an era of populism and a shift away from truth, to necessarily all agree what needs to be done all at the same time in order to make some progress. So could you say a bit about how you think that future proofing might work rather than looking backwards for rating agencies, and a comment on government? And then I can see that both Sean and Bernard wish to come back in, and I'll bring them in very briefly.
Certainly. I will try to make some brief points and then some general points. The brief points on how we bring in forward-looking risks Here, we have to go to the scientific models. And there we will be looking not at observations, but rather at modeled scenarios into the future. And that is how we build in to the sovereign credit rating, the IPCC's projections of climate futures into the risk profile of countries. And in fact, I must thank S&P because we essentially built a piece of AI to hack their ratings method in order to do this. They are the most transparent of the companies that we've been working with. We are able to take the scientific, ecological, and climate models and their projections and link those to macroeconomic models to understand, well, how much would a collapse in these fisheries affect the Peruvian economy? And once we've done that, we can start to build that into that economy's ability and willingness to service its debt, which is what the sovereign rating is meant to answer. If we're thinking about more general principles, equally important, I come back to this notion of the economic pantry, that set of core ingredients that determine what is possible in the economy. In the UK, we have recently had the Dasgupta Review on the Economics of Biodiversity, in which Professor Sir Partha Dasgupta, my dear friend and colleague in Cambridge, sets out the core economic theory, describing why it is this idea of the pantry that determines what is possible. What does this mean that we need to do? We need to start seeing investments in social infrastructure as genuine investments and not as costs. That means in the developed world, libraries, places for civil society to act and connect. We need to start seeing increases in the minimum wage as investments in social capital, not as costs for businesses. We knew through the pandemic that those who were on very low incomes were least able to stay home, were least able to isolate, because they had the fewest financial assets to support their families, and they had to go to work. My own oncologist here in Norwich had patients who were discharging themselves from the hospital so they could go to work in the midst of a pandemic when they're immunocompromised. These are the things that we have to fix. It's social capital investments, it's natural capital investments, and it's the investment in the healthcare and the skills of the population.
I agree absolutely. Hatis, have you got a question? You were indicating earlier.
No, I think my key takeaway, what I realized in conversations with rating agencies, asset managers and investors months ago was one lesson learned was for me that they said, hey, we don't know sometimes where to do investments into the health sector. And since we are working with a lot of NGOs, public-private partnerships, I think there needs to be a cultural change in the health sector as well. Many of the people in the health community don't even know what ESG means, environmental social governance standards. And even in their organizations, they don't know how they can unlock new ways of innovative financing and capital beyond grant funding or ODA funding. I think there is a serious education piece that needs to be done from an organizational perspective from the health community, and then all the lessons that Sean has shared with us, Matthew, you have shared with us, and Bernard. I think then we can start having bridging kind of the communication and looking into how, in which bonds we tuck into the future. But there is a big education piece that needs to be done in the health community, I think, to get that transformational change going as well. It's just my reflection.
Thank you very much, Hatis. We've now got a very short amount of time. I'm going to ask all of our speakers just to do what we've imposed on all of our speakers today, and that's to come up with one thing that they think would assist in achieving the goal that we have of integration. I'm going to start with Vanessa, who's not been in with a comment recently, and then go to Bernard, Matthew, and finally Sean. So Vanessa.
Great, thank you. So I think hearing the conversations here, I think obviously bond is important, right? But on the other hand, corporate, in terms of private sector behavior, should also be impacted. And not all of them can issue bonds, right? So to the extent that we want to influence corporate behavior, we need something broader than just within the framework of bond issuance. So I think the health taxonomy, the same way that EU taxonomy has done, the good or bad is that they impose certain amount of reporting requirement for all the public companies and the funds that invest in it and the investor who wants to invest in funds in Europe, right? So to the extent that we can have something that is more holistic in terms of responsibility within the whole society, that is something that we should all commonly drive towards. So a rallying call for health, what is the 1.5 degree equivalent? And with that, what is the right TSC, right? Technical screening criteria. And then with that, what is the health productive economic activities that we can all put in or something at least distill such that you have something to hang on and also to address education for everybody to look on as well. So I think from my end is something that is a broader address of how everybody, stakeholders, should look at health.
Thank you. Bernard.
Thank you very much. Look, I believe that this is health is a holistic issue, which is not just for governments and healthcare companies. I would agree that the broader corporate sector and all stakeholders should be interested by this topic. And I agree with Sean that climate could be a big driver of health issues. Now, I would have one proposal, one idea, which is when you look at what happened in the green bond market, in green bonds, the greenhouse gas protocol, which help every corporation institution to understand its impact on climate through both its own activities, but also upstream through the management of its supply chain and downstream through the use of its products. I believe that it would make sense to try to replicate this greenhouse gas protocol for health. So build a toolkit that would allow a corporate to measure its impact on health across all its products, impact on nutrition, whatever. So leverage the experience of a green bond, green bond through the greenhouse gas protocol, see if we can use it and replicate it in the health sector, because it's a holistic issue, knowing that there is one, when we talk about sustainable finance and sustainable bonds, you have what we call use of proceeds, which finance assets, programs, but you also have a new type of bond, which has been developing very rapidly recently, which is sustainability-linked bonds, which speaks to impacts and where corporations can take one KPI, which would speak to a relevant health impact of its sector. You can think of many health impact for every sector, take a measure and just issue a bond that would just be indexed on its capacity to address and mitigate these impacts on health. And so greenhouse gas protocol, could we replicate this experience in the health sector? Sustainability linked, which can be used by every corporations, not only those which are in health. I think leveraging these two toolkits, you have something which could be powerful, I think, to embark the broader corporate universe to address this health issue, which is not the issue of governments and healthcare companies, but our common issue.
Thank you very much. And now, Matthew, what about Sean?
I think the first priority is that we get the metrics right. That means focusing on inclusive wealth as the measure of progress, that core economic pantry of nature, human health and skills, infrastructure, social cohesion, and the quality of our institutions. I think that's key. Once we have that, we know where we need to invest. We know the mechanisms that we can use to invest through health bonds and through green bonds. There will be tremendous overlap between the co-benefits of investing to decarbonize, transport and energy, and improving air quality. We know from the economic evidence that poor air quality is a major determinant of ill health. We know from the newest economic evidence that poor air quality is a major determinant of income inequality, and it lasts for an entire lifetime. If we get the measures right, we focus on inclusive wealth as the measure of prosperity, we can then get the financial instruments to come along with us.
Thank you very much. You're saying that we shouldn't put the cart before the horse. Sean, over to you for the last word in a minute, please.
Well, I'm not so sure that we should be quite as exact because we've just got to get going here at the moment. And it's important to note in the green space, we have done this. We have created a market that addresses long-term risk while addressing short-term portfolio management theory for whatever they are, better or worse. There is appetite amongst the investment community for more. Look at Bernard's new business lines. Look at what that means, what investors are saying. Give us more in terms of risk mitigation investments. And these are, by the way, driving organizational change. When I'm meeting with governments around the world, for example, and corporates, they are now in an internal turmoil of finding more stuff to justify their incredibly successful green and sustainable bond issuance, including SLBs, as Bernard says. Clarity supports change. Commoditization, simplicity will be needed here. We'll have to strip down the arguments we've been having for 40 and 50 years about what are the right kinds of health investments, the sort of things Matthew was talking about. We need to make those clear. But remember, we've got an opportunity here. We can build on and extend a market that's already there, where there is already vast appetite for more, rather than have to create from scratch. That makes it easier, folks. We do need to do the work of being clear about what needs to be done, but we can extend and develop rather than create from scratch. It's a lot easier than it was for climate. It was a fight to create this climate market. It was not simple and easy. Don't think somehow or other everyone just wanted this just happen. It was a fight. We at least have that advantage we can build on here. But now, folks, and this is the collaboration we need, let's be clear about rule sets for governments, for corporations in the health sector, which can then be used to guide investment. And by the way, to then tilt incentives, preference, which will be what will really get the money going in the next stage of development. It's an incredible opportunity.
Sean, thank you very much. And thank you, all of the speakers in this last session. Thank you to everybody for making it through this afternoon with only one coffee break. We finished, I think, 1 minute late, for which I take full responsibility. I think that we've had a very rich last debate, which I think we'll definitely be coming back to, possibly with some of the speakers that have enlightened us today. And I'd like to get give you the ultimate relief that you need today, which is the end of the session. Over to Ali.
Thank you so much, Angela. It clearly shows that you have vast experience in steering these kind of discussions, certainly in the political sphere, and that certainly came through. Thank you so much indeed. Now, I'm looking at the program, and it says closing and concluding remarks, Ali Aslan. Now, for me as a TV presenter, journalist, and political scientist, I wouldn't even dare to sit here and tell prestigious representatives of the global health community what the main takeaways are. I can only say, and for that we have the conference hosts, Alan and Hatice, for that in just a moment. But what I can say is somebody who clearly is not from this community, that aside from this being a very long day, it was a very worthwhile day. Every single contribution was top-notch quality, whether here in the audience or virtual. They very much added to the content-rich and insightful discussion. The one thing, I guess, for me as an outsider and somebody as a journalist who always is trained to think in terms of headlines, is that the pandemic, in many ways, it has been a wake-up call. It has been a wake-up call to everyone all around the world. And as such, it has led to more public policy discussions around health, perhaps at an unprecedented level. That is certainly one thing I'm taking away with. I think the challenge now for all of you is how to keep it on the agenda, how to seize this momentum. You got everyone's attention. I guess the question is now, how can you keep it? Because the numbers that I've heard here today very clearly point to the fact the interlink between the interdependency between health and economy, and I've heard numerous times the plea here for a closer cooperation between ministries of health and ministries of finance. The pandemic has also made it very clear that health is extremely essential to development, and that this is not just more than a health crisis. Dr. Tedros started today by saying investment in health should be seen as a good thing, as a valuable thing, and not just as a burden, as a cost. And that is certainly something that Bruce from the WHO senior advisor alluded to when he said the times between the pandemics are getting shorter. So you are ignoring, and by that I mean everyone out there, you are ignoring the pandemics at your own peril at this particular point. Make the investment now because it's going to cost you much more later. Those are certainly some of the headlines that I have taken with me. Many more were shared here, that is for certain. But to wrap up a very content-rich and insightful day one, I would like to hand it over again to the two individuals with whom we started the day, namely the conference hosts, Alan Donnelly and Hatice Küçük. Alan.
Well, look, I'm conscious that people have effectively run a marathon today.
Still, let's get your main takeaways.
I'm going to, but I just want to say thank you to everyone who has participated today, and we'll be getting into some of the disease areas tomorrow, which is going to be critical, because the reason for starting with finance was to, I can tell you it's going to be an absolutely fundamental thing for us, for her teacher and I, and the partners in the G20 Health and Development Partnership in our dialogue and with the T20 to talk about how we get proper financing into this. And the thing that frustrated me by our last session, and it frustrates me in my professional life, is I see that trillions of dollars going into green bonds and green finance. And I then talk to some of these experts about how do we get a health bond and how do we leverage some of this in. And of course, what often they say, and this is why I put the question to the World Bank today, is it was always foreseen that there shouldn't be a firewall between the raising money for climate change and health. It was always meant to have an integrated approach so that a percentage of the trillions that are now being raised for green finance would also be invested in health, particularly in the most vulnerable communities that are affected by climate change. So we're going to continue to bang on about that. The other important takeaway, well, we had S&P, the ratings agency. I think it's time that when it comes to pandemic preparedness, where a country is investing in pandemic preparedness, it should be reflected in how its bonds are viewed by ratings agencies. It should be positively viewed, and they should be lifted because it helps with the cost of borrowing. But where countries, and now I'm talking about high-income countries, are not investing in pandemic preparedness and response, that should also be impacted. Now, I know that the ratings agencies are looking at doing something like that on climate change. And the final thing I would say, and to me, this is we tapped into a rich vein of advocacy, and that's with the Financial Stability Board. Because, and I didn't want to mention this to Dietrich because it wasn't fair, but the former governor of the Bank of England used to be the chairman of the Financial Stability Board. And I've talked to him on many occasions at meetings that I've had in the city, where I spend a lot of time in the city of London. And they regularly discuss climate change and the impact that is having on the stability of financial markets. And I think one of the key takeaways for us in terms of our call to action is, yes, we'll keep the pressure on the finance and health ministers in the G20, but I think what we need to do also is we need to have a mechanism where a couple of times a year there is a report going from the World Health Organization to the Financial Stability Board, like the one I mentioned, the independent global report on pandemic monitoring. Because if the Financial Stability Board had read that report in the autumn of 2019, it would have frightened the life out of finance ministers and central bank governors, and action would have been taken much more quickly. So we've got to find a mechanism, Ali, for the Financial Stability Board to have the same attention to global health security as they have to climate change security. And I think we can probably get that across the line.
Thank you so much, Alan, for your main takeaways, duly noted. And Hatice, as the co-chair of this very successful day one, let me also get your main takeaways before we wrap up.
Okay, I will just spend a minute because we gave you a lot of brain food, but barely any food. I can promise you it will be the opposite tomorrow, more breaks. I can just echo what Alan said. It was just interesting to hear from the non-health people in the sector how we can translate some of the initiatives into health and find further sustainable ways of financing the gaps in the health community. I have just 6 takeaways very briefly in snippets. The Senior Minister Tharman said COVID is not anything near the worst to come, so let's not forget that. I think that was echoed 100 times today in every panelist discussion. Looking at that 0.02% of national GDP can be used to invest into the financial intermediary fund. Looking at the relatives of that, I think it speaks for itself that there should be an investment into the fund. But equally, those that create the governance structure of the fund, so the member states of the G20, together with the World Bank and WHO, have to be very precise in the checks and balances, transparency and accountability of the FIF. The third one for me is a key one, that is political communication. So clearly there's a disconnect between health and finance ministries and within the health community. So how can we bridge that miscommunication to speak the same language in the future, and as Sir Ronald Cohen said, to maybe have some kind of impact revolution going forward, because in other areas other than health, I think they're a bit more faster than we are. Lastly, political will. That's the go-to. If there's no political will, we have heard today, the private sector is needed to fund the gaps, but equally we need the political will from governments to open up new ways of financing and encourage those. So I think Alan and I have a lot of key takeaways to take from this, and we look forward to deepen down the discussions going forward, and see you tomorrow.
And this is just the beginning, of course. Day one, much more to come tomorrow. Day one, today we focused mainly on sustainable financing for health. As Alan said, tomorrow we will zoom in on other pressing global health issues, as well as a very pertinent subject matter, namely health in the digital health. And I know we have many experts here whose presentations I very much look forward to. We've been here since 10:30. It's now almost 6:30 p.m. So I think we're all duly exhausted, but hopefully with a rewarding feeling. I'm hoping to see many of you, if not all of you, back here for day two to make it more fun. We're starting earlier, 8:45 from what I understand, Alan. 8:45 opening remarks. But there's I think you don't want to miss out on that, on the many more panels and fireside chats. We did? We will finish. That is correct, of course. Keeping in mind that tomorrow is Friday and many of you probably will have flights to catch. I think we should all finish day one by, since it's really been teamwork here, by giving us all ourselves a hand. A big round of applause for all of us for making this a success. Thank you so much.